Welcome. You have just tuned in to the book of Genesis. Get ready to fasten your seatbelts because we are stepping all the way out the box and breaking all the rules. Are you ready? Are you sure? Well, let's get into it. Here is your host, the wonderful, the beautiful, the intelligent, the wise Genesis.
Hey, happy Monday, y'all. I'm here, barely. I had to give my kids a COVID test because they got to do this test before school. And yeah, that's a whole other story. So I didn't know what I was going to talk about today. I think I'm going to tell y'all about my journey to YouTube. I had plans originally to do a podcast with my significant other. However, God and life had other plans for me. Um, at the beginning of 2021, I rang in the new year with a ring. Flying high. But unfortunately, there's not going to be a wedding because shortly after that engagement, he passed away. Yep, rug pulled right out from under me. Wasn't expecting that at all. Who is, right? We got engaged. 16 days later, we had COVID. Him, me, and my mother. 13 days after that, he passed away. And 3 months after that, my mom passed away. And I'm going to get deeper into the stories and tell exactly, how things played out. But to be honest with y'all, I can't get through it without crying. And I ain't really ready to go there today. So I need a little more time. But what I want to talk about is mental health. I experienced like the highest of highs and then the lowest of lows, like all within a matter of weeks. And it was probably one of the hardest times of my life because I'm used to being the hero. I'm used to being able to pull myself up. And that was one time that I couldn't. I found myself like trying to figure out what to do. Okay, what do I do with myself? I'm getting a little emotional, so I got to slow down. I didn't know what to do with myself. Do I just stay in the bed and cry all day? Or do I get up and do something productive? Most days I didn't know. Hold on, y'all. I got to get a little tissue. Most days I didn't know what to do. So on the days when I didn't know what to do, I did nothing. That didn't last though, because life was still happening and I was in the middle of my grief. I still had adult responsibilities. People were calling and stuff and, they want to give their condolences, but they don't really know what to say. They say what they're supposed to say. And many days I just didn't want to hear it. I played nice for, the times that I had to. And then other times I just escaped. I just avoided the phones. I went away from social media because I really didn't have anything nice to say. And, normally I'm high energy and, positive, and I'm the glass half full person. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't. Um, so it was a hard time. I I was never suicidal, but my life had been such that I had pretty much accomplished everything that I wanted to accomplish. So on those days where I was in that really low place, it was like, okay, if I go to sleep and God sees fit to let me continue my sleep, then I would be cool. And I know that that wasn't the right attitude to have, but that's just where I was. And I ended up having to go to grief counseling. And in grief counseling, I was able to express the thoughts that I couldn't express to my friends, to my family. It was a place where there was no judgment, or I didn't feel that I was being judged. And it helped me get through that rough period of my life. The counselor that I had was just awesome. I don't know another way to describe her, um, other than to call her that. She helped me work through the emotions that I was having, and I had homework assignments, and I did those, and those homework assignments were actually therapeutic. And at the time I didn't understand, like, why she had me doing this. Like, I don't feel like being bothered with that. But and many times it took me a little bit of time to actually start on the homework assignments, because I didn't want to do it. But once I got into it, and what I would think, okay, I'm just gonna go scribble something down on a paper if it was a writing assignment, then I ended up being there for hours. A paragraph turned into a page turned into several pages, and before I knew it, I was writing my story. Um, the full story will come, of course, in a book, memoir, whatever you want to call it. Um, but I'm not finished with it, because we started with one story, and then we ended up digging into more stories that I thought I was over, and I wasn't. Um, we got to unpack all of that stuff, and I got to deal with my feelings related to that. And even some other stuff unrelated to what I was going through at that time was happening, and I was able to give her a play by play of what was happening. And life be coming, and you're just living. You don't know, what's happening. And I would be in my therapy sessions and telling my story. And COVID was happening, so nothing was in person. It was virtual, and we're doing like these telehealth visits, and I'm on camera. See, look at that, adulting. um so we would be doing these telehealth sessions, and I would be on camera, and I'm just chatting away, and my therapist would be sitting there, with her eyes, like her eyes bugged out and her mouth covered up, like, wow. And I didn't realize that it was so outrageous. Hi from France. Wow. Way from France. Thanks for joining me. Um so yeah, the I would be telling my story, and she would be in shock about the stories that I was telling. Cars said it sounded like my fridge alarm. Yeah. You know, today is normally, it should have been a regular day, but it wasn't. So my alarms that I have to keep me on schedule every day are still intact today. So y'all might hear a couple other ones, but I'll silence them quickly. Um, so back to my story. I'm talking to this therapist, and she's in shock about the stuff that I'm telling her, even the stuff that was currently going on that was unrelated. And I never knew that it was so outlandish. And she would be asking me, well, how did you get through this? How did you get through that? And I really didn't have an answer. It was kind of like, okay, I take a beating, I fall down, I get back up, and I keep going. And you kind of talk yourself through those things until you're okay, or you feel like you're okay, just to get by. Um, and this isn't, I don't know what this is. Let me say that. I don't know what this is. I'm sharing my thoughts at the time because somebody else may be thinking the same thing about something that they're going through, or something that they've been through. Like, okay, yeah, I'm over that. I'm okay. I'm good. Um, it may help, to talk to somebody else to get their input, because we think we're made of steel and we got life all figured out, everything's worked out, and we're cruising right along. And sometimes that's the furthest thing from the truth. Yeah. Um, but I'm here today, and I'm in a better place mentally, spiritually, and physically. But it took a lot of work to get back here. And, thanks to everybody, I haven't had a time. Cars asked, was there a particular coping mechanism you used overall? No, I really didn't. I didn't have a coping mechanism other than to just shut down. I didn't know what to do. Um, no, I don't use drugs or anything like that. So no, I can't really say that that was it. Well, no, I take that back. Let me go back. I did. The coping mechanism I used when I could was food. Um, the world was shut down. We couldn't get outside, couldn't move, and just on a regular day, I like snacks. I like, cookies, cakes, donuts, candy. I got a bag of candy sitting right here. Um, so that was my vice of choice. I um, picked up the snacks, and, when I wasn't snotting and crying, then I was eating some junk food of some kind. Um, I'm not a big drinker. I have wine sometimes, or some kind of mix, something or another. So I did that. Outside of that, nothing. I was just a basket case. I was a wreck. Um, and I didn't want, even in that bad space, I didn't want my what I felt was negative energy to rub off on other people. So I just kind of shut down. I talked to the people that I had to. I went to the places where I had to go. Other than that, I was inside. Um, I didn't want people asking me questions. I didn't want to talk about it because, you know, at a point, I was just trying to make it, whew, Lord Jesus, at a fruit basket case, exactly. Um, there was days where I was just trying to make it hour to hour. Like, people will say, "Oh, I'm just trying to make it day by day." No, I was trying to go, it's 10 o'clock now. Just let me make it to 11 o'clock. If I made it to 11 o'clock, let me make it to 12 o'clock. It was that bad sometimes. And then, you know, I got to stretch it out a little bit, 1 hour turned into a couple of hours and then days. And I still have times where, I have random moments. I have random moments where, I have my emotional breakdowns and then, I snap out of it and I get back to what I have to do. Um, yeah, but it is tough because I have kids, so I still had mommy duty, and mommy duty didn't stop. Um, Thankfully, I have a village surrounding me, and I had a support system that helped out, when I needed to. Um, and I guess I can add that sometimes the mommy duty is what kept me going. Like times where I was feeling hopeless, like, okay, what else can happen? What's gonna happen to me next or tomorrow? It's gonna be something else bad or, you know, that kind of thing. Um, it was being a mommy that I look forward to. And, my kids, I have little kids at home still and they don't have a care in the world. They're just doing them and being kids. So um, they gave me reasons to smile sometimes. And other times, we just sat and we just were. We didn't know what to do because they were processing and I was processing and we weren't processing at the same time because they don't really know, what to do. They're kids. They don't have care in the world. Their uh, dilemma is, what toy to play with next or I, they're fighting over toys. Is he going to give me this toy to play with this hour? That kind of thing. Um, so it's a thing now. And even this was a struggle, like to do it because I had plans to do this social media thing or podcast thing with him, and then he wasn't here anymore. So it's like I don't even want to do it. But the ball was already rolling, and financial investments were made. So I was like, okay, how do I salvage this thing and how do I move forward? Um, and at a point during our plans for making a podcast, a friend told me, "Oh, you guys are such a cute couple." Shout out to Dana. She was like, "You all are such a cute couple. You all shouldn't be behind the scenes. You should put a face with the voices and get on YouTube." So, we thought about it, but we were like, no, we don't really want to do that because when you open yourself up, on a platform like this, then people get to see parts of your real life, your real personality, and some people just aren't gonna like you. And I didn't know if I wanted to be bothered with that because my mouth doesn't always have filters, and sometimes what comes up comes out, and I didn't want to offend anyone, because they said something crazy to me. So I was like, I don't know if I'm ready for that. But it turned out that I guess I was because I'm here, um, and I'm sharing, and I'm an open book, but not so open on social media. Like if somebody asks me a question, I'll answer truthfully, but they really didn't see what my real life was like. Um, no, I take that back. They did see some of my real life because my Facebook got a little bit messy at times, and stuff that was happening in real life was filtering over to social media. Not because that's who I was as a person, but that's where they were taking it. So, how your parents tell you, you act up over here, you gonna get a whooping over here, or you gonna get it. Then that's where I was. Okay, they cutting up on social media, so I'm gonna cut up on social media too. Yeah, it was a shit show. But guess what? I'm taking those lemons and I'm making lemonade because I'm gonna tell that story too. Uh that's it's still going on. Like all these years later, I haven't been able to escape that. And during the rough patch of my life where I was dealing with what was happening, um, I had a court case that I was fighting with this particular person. It was going on at the same time, and it was just kind of ridiculous. Like, why are we even here? Um, why are we even in this place, like doing this? I just felt that it was so ridiculous, but I had to walk it out. I'm still walking it out, actually. And I don't know if I'm free to like discuss certain things because it's an ongoing thing, but at some point it will end. And once it ends, I think I'll be a little bit more freer. Is that a word? I don't know. I'll be a little bit more free to discuss what was happening and, all the nuances of that thing because it was, yeah, cars. The veils of vulnerability are hard to lift. They are. Um, I did I'm always like that strong person, and I didn't want people looking at me like I was weak or I was the victim. I didn't want anybody feeling sorry for me because yeah, it was bad, but I knew that I was gonna make it through. I just didn't know how. I didn't have a roadmap to what the other side of that thing was gonna look like. Um, I'm looking at other stuff. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm distracted. So I'm here, and what am I be talking about on YouTube? I'm gonna be ranting about random stuff like I am today. Like I came on here at first, my plan was to talk about current events. My kids sent me uh a, a link to a story about Kiki Wyatt. And she's, like our me and my older kids, we have this group chat that we do where we're talking about current events because, we're in different places and that's our way of kind of staying connected. And she sent me this thing saying that this lady is about to have another kid. I was just like, what? Baby number 11 and she's open to baby number 12. Like, girl, ain't you tired? Like, I'm gonna try to keep it clean, but ain't that thing like tired of pumping babies out? But I guess that's what it's for, right? I don't know. But I love Kiki Wyatt, so this isn't, to bash her, but I guess I should give her big ups to her for procreating a lot. My four I thought was a lot. I couldn't imagine having that many kids, but um yeah, so look, see how I'm deviating, I'm all over the place. I'm really not this spacey, y'all, all the time. It's just one of those days. Um I guess since I started telling the story about the person, the fiance, that I should go and continue it. Um I'm gonna go all the way back to the beginning. We had we went to the same elementary school. I was older. He had a crush on me, and I didn't know until we were adults much later. And we reconnected on social media. At the time, I was married, going through a divorce, and he, was kind of doing the whole catch up, hey girl, what you been up to? And I said what I was up to and, that I was going through this divorce. And, he said, are you going to be taking applications after that? And I was like, yeah, I guess so. I don't know. At that point I was kind of like over it. Like I'm done with dudes. Like I don't want no more smoke. And it didn't go as planned. what I thought was going to be like this quickie divorce because we didn't share any assets. We had a couple kids, but I wasn't looking for no child support or none of that stuff. Like I'm just ready to go. Um, uh, it lasted for a long time, way too long. And when the at the time soon to be ex-husband was like dragging me through the mud. He was all on social media, in putting my name out in, or what he said, he was putting my name out in prayer groups, and he's telling people that I was involved in an adult come out of the woodwork. Um, yeah, he was telling people that I was involved in an adulterous affair because he was referring back to a scripture in the Bible that says that if your husband isn't deceased, then it's still considered adultery, that you're still married to them. And, you know, it was the whole thing. And admittedly, I wasn't divorced legally before I started the relationship because divorce took forever. Like, I don't even know. Brianna, he was reaching. He tried it, honey. He tried it. He was really sad. And I think that's still the story to the day. I don't know. There's been so many stories about me all over the place. You can't even think of it. As they come up, I'm like, man, like I did that and I did that too. Oh man. But it is what it is. I don't care. So um he put my name out there in some Christian groups that he was in. Oh, I missed your hey Genesis message, Brianna, but hey girl, hey. Um so yeah, he put my name out there in these chats and was telling people to pray for his wife because, I guess the devil had me and I had hooked up with the devil and all this, but he didn't tell the whole story. Like, okay, tell that I'm seeing this person because I am. And I wasn't going to deny that I was seeing the person. But, don't leave out the pertinent details that people need to know. Uh he was on his Kanye-ish. Girl, when I tell you he was better than Kanye. Like it was so messy. I had people following me. I had people sending, he had given this whole sob story to everybody and people were actually believing it. So we went to the same high school. So these people that knew that we had been together, were like literally he was going to any and everybody telling whatever his version of the truth was and would have people like actually believing, without even hearing my side of the story. So I was like, I, I would be okay if they, sided with him, but at least, ask me what happened or my version of what happened. That didn't happen. So I was like, okay, whatever. So they were sending screenshots of my post on social media and, then he would come back and send me the screenshots that they sent him. And I was just looking at the whole thing like, wow, y'all really gonna do this? Like, y'all trusting him with this information, not knowing who he really is. Because as soon as you send it to him, he's gonna send it to me. And there were plenty of times where he sent it to me and their names were still visible. So it was like, okay, that's what you own. And those same people whose names were on the screenshots were interacting with me on social media almost daily. I was just like, wow, okay, all right, that's how y'all get down. All right, it's all right. Um, and the, watching through Sir Hale speaks. Hey, how you doing? I'm over here having tea time today. The book is live. Yes, the book is live. Brianna said that's why people need hobbies. Listen, girl, they need hobbies. At the time, they needed a job, some income, something else. You need something because you need to leave me alone. That's how I was thinking. So there was this whole like social media campaign going against me, and people were mad. Um, I got a call on Christmas Day. Was it Christmas? Yeah, it was on Christmas Day. I'm not sure if it was Christmas Day or Christmas Eve, but I'm almost positive it was Christmas Day from a gentleman who went to the same high school we went to. And he was calling me to apologize. And it was kind of like out of the blue. I'm like, I don't really know why he's apologizing. But he was apologizing because he had believed this story, because this person had said that I was keeping my children from him and that, he wasn't able to see them, which wasn't the truth. There was a period of time where he was homeless. And why was he homeless? He was homeless because his parents wouldn't take him in. Parents wouldn't take him in. So that's strong when your parents don't even want you at their place. The parents wouldn't take him in. So they put him up for a week. I think it was initially in a hotel. And because I still wanted him to maintain his relationship with his children, and at the time he didn't have a vehicle either, I was driving my children to this motel that he was living in so that they could spend time. But at the same time, he was telling people that I was keeping the children from him. So it was, trouble is here. Lady Trouble. And she is joining the stream. Hey, girlie.
What's going on, lady?
Ain't nothing. It's tea time.
It is.
It's tea time.
Who
I started. I've been all over the place today, like with my ideas. I didn't have a set topic for today. I was just like, I'm bored. I'm gonna just get on YouTube and do something. Just do random talk.
Nothing wrong with random talks.
Huh?
Nothing wrong with random talks.
Yeah, I was gonna do a random talk, and then I thought about this mental health thing because I actually want to dig into that. Mm-hmm. So I gave a little bit of a snippet of my story. Yeah, but I'm still not ready to tell it because I can't get through it. I was trying to choke down the tears or hold back the tears, even in the little snippets. So I gotta save that for another day.
Yeah, you might have to.
And then I started
a therapy session right there,
girl. And then I started to tell about how we got together and what happened. And of course, that never goes. They can't tell that straight through because then you gotta deviate and tell this whole side story that was going on. So I was telling the side story of who had the social media campaign against me, the whole smudge or smear tactics or whatever. About, I had gotten as far as the I'm still laughing at Brianna's comment. She's like, that's why people need hobbies.
Yeah, I don't even know what I'm just now scrolling up. That's got me cracking up, and I don't even know exactly.
Yeah. So I told them about how my name was put in the Christian group saying, pray for my wife because she's involved in an adulterous affair because he wasn't deceased. And then reaching out to any and everybody who, would listen to tell this whole story to say how bad I was and, all this wrong stuff.
We had a real live Black Jimmy Swaggart going on.
Yeah, and
Literally.
it's still going. Like, I just don't understand. Like, after all these years, like, who allows somebody to take up that much mental space in their head?
Yeah.
I don't.
Somebody
I
that's
don't get it.
wow. That's deep.
And then they're still like every week I have a brand new story about something that he's doing to try to prove a point to me
Yeah.
or get back at me. And I'm just like, what is
Because
that?
the
What is that?
therapy, that's called his parents never fully honed in on. They knew something was wrong with him as a kid because this
They
just didn't.
did know though. They did
Really?
know because, yeah,
Huh.
they knew because there were times. Oh, Brianna.
Let me see. Where
Brianna
Brianna?
just touched on something. She said
People
people
have no
have no
idea.
identity.
Come
That's
on,
how
Brianna.
anyone can fall into that trap. And you know what? There was a point where I felt that, like, okay, because you really like lack personality,
Right.
then this is what you're doing so that you can connect with people to
Mm-hmm.
create, friendships or whatever you want to call associations.
And
And
garner sympathy for your mishaps.
yeah.
So paint the
But
picture
then
that you're the one.
who wants to have that label? Like,
Yeah.
okay, that's that dude that that chick was mistreating.
Mm-hmm.
What? How that work? Like, I wouldn't want to be identified. Hey, Brianna, look, Brianna done came up to have
Come
this
on,
talk.
I
come
know.
on, come on.
I'm sitting over here working on some designs for my store from spring. And I'm
Uh-huh.
like, let me get
Oh,
let
talk
me
to us
let
about
me.
that too. Don't forget to tell us about that design.
Oh yeah, I just was
But
listening to it.
I know she knows some of this because her mother is
Mhm.
a psychologist, right?
My
Or
mom, yeah,
psychiatrist.
my mom has a degree in child psychology.
Mm,
And she worked in like mental when they had the institutions before they kind of shut a lot of them down.
like
She
Temple
Uh-huh.
used to
Park, etc. Yeah.
Yeah, like that people would send their children to, special needs children. She worked in
Uh-huh.
those before she had us. And then
Okay.
she started a home daycare when I was born.
Mm-hmm.
And she specialized in taking in kids on the spectrum, back before it
Mm.
was like a well-known thing. So we always had special needs kids in the house and kids, with all kind of stuff. So that's her
Mhm.
specialty.
So y'all kind of had a Lackawanna blues going on, huh?
It was definitely a lot. I think I was lucky. I had a great mom, but we definitely I think that's part of what makes me so open as a person. I grew up with like constantly had because she had 24/7, 24-hour daycare.
Was that
Wow.
stressful? Was that
And
stressful
I
on
know that
you?
was convenient for parents.
Yeah. And yeah, well, it wasn't. I loved it. I had
Okay.
two. I only had two older brothers. I was the youngest girl, so it
Mhm.
a lot of gave me chance to be. Oh, hold on, sorry. Yeah, that looks cute on you. You should keep it. Sorry, my daughter trying on old clothes. But
Look, I love it though. Look at that. Those positive words from
yeah,
Yeah.
her.
but it let me have girls around me. So I always had friends around, and once again, we just kind of were used to kids not all being the same.
Mhm.
I loved it growing up, honestly.
That's
Um
good.
Yeah,
'Cause
that
I didn't know
sounds
if it may
good.
have made you feel left out, being that she was so consumed helping other people, or if it gave you
no.
a chance to kind of see your mom on a different level.
Yeah, I just think like as a parent, like she never made because she was always home, so she was always available, and
Right.
Mhm.
we always felt seen. She definitely always like helped us fall into our passions and hobbies and pursuits. Like we were struggling with money, but like we all were artistic, so she would get us art stuff, and my
Oh,
brother liked computers, so she would go get him computers from the thrift store to like break down and rebuild. He's an engineer now, so
Wow.
like she did what she could, so I always felt seen by her, and it just felt like we had a bunch of siblings all the time, just kind
so
of
that
in
could
and
be a
out.
contributing factor to how you're able to now, because I take it that you're an entrepreneur
Yeah, I'm a stay-at-home mom,
and
and
you're designing fashion.
Yeah.
That.
This is a recent thing for me. I was a nurse and then I retired. And
Oh wow.
yeah, now my husband, he works, and yeah, I stay at home with the kids and stuff like
And
that.
I
I
hear a
think
Southern accent. I don't know if
That's
Genesis
so
picked up
important, though. That is so important. Like,
yeah, I'm from
people
Georgia.
people don't give stay-at-home moms the credit that I think they are due. Like, honey, raising these kids, that is harder than going on a 9 to 5 sometimes,
Like,
because
yes.
That's always
it is a
interesting when I
constant
hear
demand.
that. It
Yeah.
You
is
do not get
constant.
days off. You don't get no lunch breaks.
You ain't getting no
love it,
paid
though.
vacation days. No.
I love it.
Yeah.
I do love it. I guess because I grew up with my mom always being home. So like I guess until I was able to give my kids that, I always felt like something was missing, you know? So I love it. I love being at home with my kids. You know, yeah, it's not easy, but it's like I'd rather deal with this than the stuff I was dealing with at work. But I was coming on to tell you, because that's like something I'm really passionate about. It's like people have a lack of identity, and a lot of people don't have a true sense of self.
Right.
And a lot of people also don't know where they start and end, and where other people start and end. And I think that's why a lot of people have boundary issues in our society, and to constantly disrespect people. And like, you see my picture, you know, you see me with this pink hair and stuff like that. I've always been different. I've always had a strong sense of identity until I got married and had my last child. I definitely went through a rough patch with that. But I've always had this sense of self, and I see people who don't have it, and it's like their life is lacking.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
and
much.
that's what I felt. Like, I can identify with that. Like, from a little kid, I always pretty much had my own identity, or knew who I was. And when this whole thing was happening, it was like, I might be the wrong one to try that on, because I don't really care what other people think of me, because I'm content here in whatever it is, you know, the good, the bad, and the ugly. What was more frustrating for me was that, you know, it was nonstop. And I felt like the reason why it was nonstop was because this person was attempting to change who I was, because you don't know who you are, and now you want to change who I am. And this is your way of doing it. Like, nah, we're not about to do that.
And I can relate to that, because I actually allowed myself to be changed for a quick period in the relationship I had going on with my son's dad. So I started to conform to his way of thinking. He never identified as being an atheist, but he identified as being agnostic. So when you ask me,
I never knew that.
Yeah, he was Sunday was just another day of the week for his family. God was no, we don't talk about that. You know what I'm saying? It was all about football on Sundays.
And and let me give the disclaimer, because I don't know if Brianna knows that about me. Like, I believe in God, but I'm not the holy roller, because just being transparent, some days I got one foot in church and I got one foot in the world.
Right.
Because I still, you know, the environment that I grew up in, and then even after my parents moved us away, I still went back to that environment.
Right.
Was something different. And just to be honest, you know, it's not talked about like that. It wasn't the church folks. It wasn't, you know, it was the street folks. And even though they had a belief, it's kind of like, well, I believe in God. I pray all the time. You know how I go. I believe in God. I pray all the time, but I don't go to church.
Right. And see, so in the household with this guy, I had to have my alone time for prayer separate from him, because I couldn't say Jesus wept at the table. You know what I'm saying? It would be, then we're getting into an argument. Oh, here you go again. Or I'm a Jesus freak. How you doing, Mandrell?
Hey, Mandrell.
And so he came on right on time, didn't We're not gonna get
That's real. You know that whole God talk, yeah.
But,
I mean,
so I stopped going to church. Like for real, I stopped going to church. I would only go to church Mother's Day with my mom, special occasions. Before, I grew up in the church every Sunday, sometimes three services a Sunday. All right, we're talking Sunday school, morning service, evening service. You see what I'm saying? So I'd be in church from 9 o'clock in the morning until 10 o'clock at night, because those old school Baptist churches, y'all know, it was Chicago, baby. They last.
I never did.
I didn't grow up in church.
As a kid, I was Catholic. Actually, I was, and not just as a kid, until I was in my 30s, I was Catholic. So, you know, you go to mass for 45 minutes and you out of there. So I had I actually thought that people in Black churches, I thought they were all brainwashed.
Right.
And people would invite me to their churches and I'd be like, I'm not going over there. They all brainwashed. They'd be talking about witches running through the church and running up.
They'd be hollering, screaming, talking about the Holy Ghost.
Right.
Yeah, church is weird.
Over there, whatever little hate they done put on them, they not about to put it on me. So I ain't going that way. Yeah. I don't want to be there all day.
And see, my mother put my brothers in Catholic school from kindergarten on up to 8th grade. So, well, 7th grade. Then they transitioned to a public school. And when I would sit down and talk to my brothers, they were like, man, sis, we used to be jealous of going, because they would have to go to mass on Sunday. And they like, we in and out of there in 30, 45 minutes, like you said. Real quick. Bam. And that was so that they could get the disc, so my mom could get a discount on the tuition. So she put me in a Catholic high school in Chicago, and I became envious of my classmates. I'm like, oh, so y'all free for the rest of the day? No, and you only had to go at least once a month to get that discount on the tuition. Man, we in and out. And I'm thinking, man, I got the rest of the day to go chill, do whatever. No, because that's how it was. And I had the misnomer that Catholic meant you was white. So I'm like, okay, it's some Black Catholics out here too.
Yeah.
And I only thought that
in the Catholic church, you know.
Yeah. But you're not getting that. Come on, go with me. You're not getting that in the Catholic church.
I'm kind of glad I did not grow up in the church, honestly.
Really?
Oh, wait, Brianna, did y'all have,
we were Jehovah's Witnesses, and my mom, once I got to like 14 or 15, she didn't require me to go anymore if I didn't want to. Okay. And she's no longer none of us are Jehovah's Witnesses now. So we kind of grew up with that. It was strict, but just hearing, like, I think generally speaking, like, even though I do think Jehovah's Witnesses are like brainwashed and it's like heavy indoctrination, like I still feel like generally speaking, like once you were in with them, it was like it was really a family, and it was like so many different races and people, and like so there was this kind of like, to be in the organization, there was like this unity. And so I grew up around a lot of different races and different people, and you know, respect was a big thing, and like, you know, just treating people a certain way. So it was like really, you know, I know to the outside looking in, it's like Jehovah's Witnesses be on some other stuff, but like when you're in it, it's like a community, you know. And I'm like kind of glad, because my mom was a single mom, we stayed in the hood. And so like that saved us from a lot, and we had like safe friends and like good people around us, and like I think it did help us. I could see why it would have been attractive to her, and I am thankful that we were in that organization for that time, you know.
So how did you guys leave? Like I thought that, and this may be
voted out. I didn't think you could just leave.
Right. I didn't think you could just leave. I thought
it's like a game. You got to be jumped out.
I thought it was like a game where you got to be jumped out or something.
You're silly.
No, you can leave. Well, my dad got this fellowship, which is like you get
excommunicated. That's the word I was looking for. This fellowship.
Yeah, he was that way most of our life, because my dad is so dope, and he had a lot of girlfriends, and so he was this fellowship.
Wait, hold on, girl. Pause. Your daddy was a drug dealer and a Jehovah's Witness at the same time?
I ain't mad at him.
That's kind of like where that was like after. Like
Okay,
that was kind of where the clash
okay.
kind of
I was
came.
about to say, Lord Jesus, what
Yeah, that's kind of what happened. Like he got into because
Okay.
his brother was always in that life, and so he kind of ended up getting in that life, and then it kind of like derailed, all of that.
Mhm.
So most of our lives, he was not a Jehovah's Witness, and I got saved 5 years ago. I want to say no more than that, maybe 2015, 16. Yeah.
Mhm.
So I've only recently been saved, like, and consider myself like a Christian.
Mhm.
And so that kind of is what made my mom leave the Jehovah's Witnesses, because of my testimony. Like how I found Jesus is just crazy. And that like that whole process. So I tried a lot of stuff. My brother was a Santero. He was being initiated as a Santero, which is like Santeria and Yoruba, like voodoo stuff. So he was doing that. Like at this point in my life when I was getting, so we would go to a Santero a lot to get like rituals done and stuff like that. So we were like cool with that. I dabbled in Wicca for a while. And so we was just out here doing everything. Like after we left Jehovah's Witnesses. So we were kind of doing whatever. I was in a relationship with a narcissist. And I had left my now husband. Yeah, I left my now husband, who's the father of my oldest child, and the next person I dated was the narcissist. So I was dating him, and that relationship was just toxic, of course. And I was like super depressed. So I ran away from him. So I just basically left him one day. A voice was just like, get up and leave. So I just 5 a.m, got up, left, went to my mama's house. And so I went back to my mom's house, and she was still a witness at the time. So I was, I was just like, maybe I should go back to, Kingdom Hall, start getting back into my religion, because I was depressed, deeply depressed. And so that just felt like the next obvious step. But it didn't quite fit. So I was like, I'm going to read the Bible for myself. So I decided not to go to the Kingdom Hall. I just sat in my room because I'm depressed. I ain't had nothing to do anyway besides go to work. And I just read my Bible every day. So I just read it from front to the back, just read it and let myself interpret it and just kind of read it as a story more so, just so I would know it for myself. And then I started having dreams, which I always dream, but I started having this weird dream. Yeah. Wow. And I kept having the same dream. And it was like me at this place. At the time, I didn't know it was a church because I had never gone to church. But it was like a non-denominational church, one of the trendy ones with the black auditoriums and like all the lights and stuff like that. And so I kept having this dream where I was in black and everybody else was in white, and everybody was like so happy to see me and celebrating. And I just kind of got fed up with it. And I woke up and my mom was like, what's wrong with you? I was like, I keep having this dream. So I told her the dream, and she's like, it sounds like, maybe you getting baptized, in a church or something like that. And I was like, well, Jehovah's Witnesses don't baptize people like that. So I was kind of confused about it. So at the same time, one of my friends from work, this gay man who's like been my friend since I was like 18, he kept inviting me to his church. And I never went. And I was like, okay, maybe I should go to his church, because like this is clearly not Jehovah's Witness place in my dream. So I need to try to find a church to baptize me. So I was like, I'll go to his church. Okay. So then I went to his church, and literally the day I went to his church, the sermon was about the light and the darkness, and like how Jesus is the light, and like all this allegory about like darkness and light. And of course in my dream I kept seeing like this black and white. So I was just sitting there like, okay, this is weird. Like this is crazy. And at that church, when you get baptized, you wear all black. And I was like, oh, that's weird. Like I just did not know that. And so it just really shocked me. And I was just in the church crying, and they was just like, you can accept Jesus into your heart. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna accept Jesus into my heart, right? So I did that, and that was just kind of crazy and shocking. So I went home, not really still thinking much about it, still feeling like I needed to be baptized, and just being like, okay. And then stuff just kind of got weirder after that. So I kept having these crazy dreams. Oh, hold on.
Hey, Ron Bryant. Thanks for stopping by to show your support. I appreciate you.
I'm giving my toddler a snack. But yeah, stuff just kept getting run, go pee pee. Hurry up, run. But yeah, so I kept having dreams. And so my brother, he actually had moved back to Georgia from another state. So him and his family, this is the one who was being initiated. So he had come back and we all kind of landed at my mom's house at the same time. She was just kind of like the spot we all bounced off when we came home. So he came back here and he brought all his trinkets and his stuff with him and stuff like that. And so, but apparently he was kind of keeping them hidden away because he wanted to respect my mom because she was still a Jehovah's Witness.
She was still a witness.
Yeah. And so I had this dream and it was just like this loud dream. And I saw my brother in the dream and he had these seashells or whatever. And I asked him, I just heard this voice very loud, like say, get rid of it. Very loud, like very not happy about it. And so I woke up and I'm like pacing the halls in the house because I'm like very confused and concerned. And he sees me pacing the halls and he's like, what's wrong with you once again? And I'm just like, I had this weird dream. Just hear me out. That I saw these shells and they look like this. And this voice just said really loud to get rid of them. And he like went so pale. He was like, he just ran off to his room. And I was like, okay, that was weird. So he runs off to his room. He comes out with literally the shells I saw in my dream.
Wow.
And he's like, are these? And I was like, oh my God, what are those? And he's like, these are my shells for Yami-Ya, you know, the goddess of the, you know, the water. And he uses it for, you know, rituals and stuff. And so we both looked at each other crazy for a minute and he had to go bury him because that's how you neutralize, you know, certain things like spiritually, you have to bury it in the ground. So he went and found a place to bury and he's telling me how his spirit guide is like really upset with him because he's burying these things and it's basically like really upset with him about it. So we're all confused and we're just like shocked. And then things like this just keep happening. Like he's going places and I'm seeing it in my dreams and I'm like telling him what I'm seeing. And he's like, how in the world are you knowing this? So we had this weird connection. And so that is actually how we both like kind of came to believe in like God and like all of that. So we both were just like, we need to get baptized. So we basically went on this whole journey. We got baptized at the same time in like a river. We never went to a church and like we just kind of became our group. And my mom seeing how we changed, literally like went through all that because she was witnessing all this happening between us and saw how we changed, like transformed as people. And she just was like, wow, I've never seen that transformative power in the Jehovah's Witnesses like all this time. And so she started believing and she started reading the Bible for herself and questioning them. And she got saved too. And she left the Jehovah's Witnesses. And that's basically like our whole story. It was never like anybody from a church telling us anything. It was literally just all these supernatural events happening.
Right. And you know that's how it happens though. Like I didn't have anything as remarkable as your story, but I had been Catholic all of my life. And you know, like I said, I thought people in Black churches were brainwashed. My cousin was listening to a pastor on the radio. And, you know, there's AM and FM and on AM, you know, the sound is like kind of staticky. And she kept telling me like for months, probably a year or more to, you know, listen to this pastor on the radio. He is so funny. And I'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna listen. But, you know, I wasn't really going to listen because I wasn't about to go listen to that staticky AM. And, you know, a bunch of us, we just had craziness happening in our lives. I had just gotten divorced and, you know, we out there living our best life. We in the club, you know, in the bars, lounges and all that, you know,
right.
Just doing our thing. And we were like, you know, we can't continue this forever. We got to think of some other stuff to do. And it was somebody's bright idea for us to go to church. So,
oh, wow. That's really different.
Yeah, okay. Somebody's bright idea, you know, because we're on this whole journey to find ourselves, you know how I go. And somebody's bright idea to go to church. We like, you know, I'm Catholic. Everybody is like all over the place. Some people didn't go to church at all. We like, well, who church we going to? I know we ain't going to mine. I'll tell y'all that. So my cousin suggested, she was like, let's go to this pastor's church. He's so funny on the radio. Let's go see if he's as funny in person. So we like, we weren't really on it. And we get up and go. It's like, I think 11 or 12 of us at this time, that, a group of girls that goes. And we don't know nothing about the church, don't know that you got to get there early. So we're getting there just as church is starting. And we ended up having to go to the overflow room. And immediately I'm like, see, here we go. This what happened over here at these kinds of churches. We got to sit in the alley and get the word, and it wasn't the alley, but it was just, a room off to the side from the other one where we're watching it on a TV screen.
Right.
And when I tell you, he preached those sheets off the wall, not the sheets, but you know how they had the little black backdrop curtain things. We were like surrounded by that. He preached that curtain off the wall and came right down my street, and the rest was history. Before I knew it, we were back every Sunday, and I still was kind of hesitant, like, okay, well, I'm here, but they're not about to touch me. They're not about to put none of those oils on me, because they're not about to get me under whatever spell these people are under.
But that's how I was too.
I was like, I'm not doing it. So, and I still was, kind of skeptical, because I'm like, okay, I don't know how he know all this about my life, but okay, I'm listening still.
That's the prophecy.
Yeah, but I didn't believe in any of that. So all of this is foreign. I know that, he's speaking a message that I could receive, but I still don't understand how. So we continue going like each weekend. It really was more of kind of like a girls' outing than us really thinking, we going to church. We going to get a word. We don't know nothing about that. We went back every week after church. We would go have breakfast, and just be kicking it, doing our little girl time. And another one of the other girls in the group, because we're still not committed to this church, another girl in the group, she's like, okay, well, there's this event going on. After that I had watched, like, how they had a little Christian channel on church. And I had saw this one pastor that's from LA. I saw him and I was like, okay, he preached a good sermon, and he happened to be in Chicago, like, during this time period. And she told me, she's like, I know you have watched, such and such person on TV. Yeah. He's going to be in my church next week. You should come out. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna go, but I'm still like, I'm gonna go, but they not brainwashing me when I get over there, and I went, and of course the word was for me again. And I started going to that church to their Bible study. So I'm going to one church with the girls on Sunday. I'm going to another church with another friend on, I think, Wednesday nights. And then that preacher ticked me off, the Bible study preacher, because where it's the night before Thanksgiving, and he's, addressing the congregation, and he's chastising the people who actually didn't show up to church. He's like, oh no, y'all need to be ashamed. Y'all at home cooking y'all sweet potato pies instead of coming to church.
He's judging and condemning.
So I'm like, okay, that was the first thing that rubbed me the wrong way. Then it came time for people to pay their tithes or give the offering, and people were getting up, leaving. So he got on the microphone and was like stopping them in their tracks, like, no, don't get up and leave now, because it's time to pay your tithes. I was like, did he just call these people out? And I'm like, see, this is why I don't do these kind of churches. After that, I was like, okay, that just turned me off. This is why I don't go to these Black churches. No way. And I stopped going there, but I'm still going to the other church on Sunday. So I was like, well, I can't do this Bible study now. We got to find something else to do, because really for me, this is my, so I don't go to the bars or the club. I'm going to replace that with these Bible studies. It's kind of just something to fill my time with. And I started going to the Bible study at the other church. And before I know it, couple months later, they had a call to join the church. and they did the altar call, and it was just something in my spirit was like, get up and go. And I got up and went, and the rest was kind of history after that. Well, it was history, but we were still living our best life because we were still hanging out, doing our girl stuff on Saturday nights. We would still go to the club, and we would close down one club, go to the after hour spot, stay at the after hour spot, then go home, get a couple hours sleep. And I mean, do mean a couple, get up, take a shower, change our clothes, and go to church. And I'm like, I know sometimes we were still drunk in church. We probably smelled like alcohol, but we were in the building.
But you know what? God still loves you anyway. So it's not.
I actually heard the pastor, who is now my pastor, he said on one particular Sunday, I don't remember when, about not judging people. He was talking about people. Hey, Vaughn. Yes, I am. I don't live in Chicago, but I'm real close to Chicago.
And hello to 2 Cents Uncensored. How you doing? Or
hey, 2 Cents Uncensored. I didn't see her come in. Hey. So yeah, the pastor had said, about not judging people because it's a younger church, and there were people there. Some of the girls, they had on tight dresses where it looked like they was on their way to the club, not to church. And he was like, well, just let them come. At least they here. We'll get them here and we'll clean them up later. And that's kind of how it was for me. I was in some of those nights in Bible study. I had on Daisy Duke shorts, but I was still there every week. You got to be embarrassed when he be like, stand up and tell your neighbor, such and such. I'd be sitting down hiding like, okay, I don't want them to see me with my little shorts on, but
that's funny.
Yeah, I mean,
still don't go to church, so I just always think it's interesting to hear.
Yeah,
but that's good.
I do, but finding the balance, like, because it's still like I was hanging out in the hood, so the hood is still in me. Right. And then church is so different, or at least my perception of church is so different. And then sometimes you encounter the church folks who make you feel like, you dirty and you don't really, deserve to be there, or you shouldn't be there because you're not what they are. And I had to realize that they're just as dirty as I am. They just hide better.
I can't stand those people though.
Yeah, exactly. I hate those. And oh, wow, Vaughn, we are so connected. It's like this whole 6 degrees of separation. You live in Cali. You went to St. James. Actually, my pastor is a product of St. James. He was serving the late Bishop Willie James Campbell for years. Wow. I don't want to say his name because I don't want to embarrass him, because y'all might hear me on here cussing. And yeah, it's whatever.
And that's why I just feel like, I'm glad people are still getting benefits from church, but I just feel like it's a burden to me.
Why do you feel that?
I just like, from what I guess it's partially because of growing up in organized religion and like how Jesus like came to me, and how it was just so unique to like my family and who we were. And I just think that it just kind of gave me this crazy faith and just like understanding that he can get to me wherever I am. And just like really, for me, since being saved, like I really feel like my purpose, like I'm supposed to be, they always talk about those people outside, like the sinners, how like Jesus sat with the sinners and hung out with them. It's like, I really feel like I have a duty to those people, and I'm not going to really find them there. So it's just more so like my own walk, I feel like. This is why it would be a burden to me, I guess.
What I had to realize, like, or how I separated, like, I am a member of a church it is more, for me, it's more about relationship than it is religion.
Right.
And I'm not a preacher, I'm not a pastor, I don't have a desire to be.
Right.
My relationship is with God, and God knows who I am.
Right.
You know, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I can pretend for people, but I can't pretend for him. So I live in my truth, unapologetic. You know, I don't always get it right. I'm never perfect.
Right.
For me, every day I'm trying to be a better person today than I was yesterday. And that's how I approach every day. So no, cussing ain't out my spirit yet. So
until it is, I don't care enough.
Like, you know, until it is, then I am what I am. You know, I might have cussed 10 times yesterday and I only did it 9 times today. So I'm getting better. You know?
I mean, yeah. Right.
But church people, or the church folks as I call them, they don't allow you that grace. You know,
no.
But everybody's sinning in some kind of way. And I'm not saying it like I'm condoning, you know, people going out sinning without, you know, conviction. Right. But don't try to make me feel like I'm less than you because you've been here longer.
Right.
Because it's a hospital. People come there to get fixed because they're sick. And if you're still here, then that means you haven't worked it out either.
Yeah. So I definitely went to church for a time. Like, I think when I first got saved, I definitely went to church. And I definitely would never say church isn't important, because I agree with that. Like, some people need that beacon of light in a physical form, like somewhere, like you could just stumble into, or just like that's what it is. And I definitely think that that's the purpose it serves. But I do want to see more people like living it outside of the building, which is like one of my biggest gripes, you know, not living it in as far as like, oh, you have to be away, but just like in the principles and how you move in your life. Like, I want to see it in that way. And unfortunately, I just don't see it all the time, most of the time.
I not all, right. But the people who I find most genuine, the most caring, the most kind are folks out in the streets sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes folks in the streets will treat you better than the folks in the church, which I think is a shame, because I don't understand. It's like, if y'all been here for 20, 30, 40 years,
right?
Why are the people in the streets kinder and more caring and more helpful than y'all, and y'all been here soaking up, or seemingly soaking up, this word for all these years?
Right.
Those it's unfortunate. And that's why a lot of people steer away from going to churches. And that kind of ties back into my story that I was telling about the person that I was with. I actually chose that person because I thought it was a church person.
Oh, so you felt like there was a safety in that?
I didn't feel that it was a safety. I was actually trying something different, because I was doing this new thing. Like, I had just come, you know, again, I had just gotten this divorce. I'm out here living my best life. And I realized that, okay, this whole living my best life thing really isn't for me, because I'm more of a family person. I came from a 2-parent household. I got married young, you know, and even in that marriage, when it wasn't right, we still functioned as a family. That's all I knew.
Right.
So I was like, okay, well, I can't do this. I got to find somebody to settle down with. And what I've tried, you know, by way of the marriage, people that I was dating in this time period, I was like, okay, that ain't it. Because up until that point, I hadn't had a relationship or been with a man who wasn't a drug dealer at some point in his life.
Right.
So I was like, that ain't working. So I gotta go to the other side and find something different. So I was like,
Okay.
he's got to have a relationship with God. He's got to be in church. And so, and I like the cute guys, I like the pretty boys. So I was like, you know what? These pretty boys these street dudes, they've been Pookie and Ray Ray. So I got to do something different. Let me try something else. I ain't going to focus on, how cute he is or how handsome he is. I'm going to try and look at the bones. So I'm picking this person, he had showed interest, and I was like, okay, after knowing his history, okay, he comes from a 2-parent family, educated, got a degree, raised in church all his life. He ain't the cutest thing, but I'm gonna overlook that because all this other stuff is present. Child, that couldn't have been furthermore from the truth. Like, I should stay with Pookie and Ray Ray because he ends up being worse than all of them put together.
People love to talk about Pookie and Ray Rays, but it's like there's some other bad archetypes out here too.
Man, listen,
they ain't the only ones you gotta worry about.
Pookie and Ray Rays was angels compared to this dude. Like, they didn't have nothing on him, and it was like, I was hard on myself because it was like, okay, you tried it. You shouldn't have. You should have just stuck with, because you knew you didn't
listen to your gut. Yeah.
I should have listened to my gut. And I didn't. Even the night before I was getting married, everything in my spirit told me no. But again, I'm new to the church. So my discernment is off. It's way off. But I don't know it's way off. I'm trying this like new Christian lifestyle and all that. Girl, I was headed down a slippery slope to hell.
Yeah.
and didn't know it. And it was like, after all of that, I was like, I could have stayed with Pookie and Ray Ray and been better off. Even if, an active, I'm gonna say that they were Pookie and Ray Rays, but they were retired Pookie and Ray Ray.
Oh, retired Pookie and Ray.
I was like, I could have got an active Pookie and Ray Ray and been better off than where I am.
Not an active Pookie and Ray Ray.
An active Pookie and Ray Ray. Yes, I'm gonna help you with your operation. That type of lifestyle would have been better. And I just didn't understand it. And I was still like fighting, like, okay, my spirit is telling me this, but I didn't know Bible. I didn't know scripture. I was just learning. And then people would be telling me, well, God ain't concerned with your happiness. He's concerned with your obedience.
Oh, don't get me started with that.
So then I'm like, okay, well, I ain't happy here, but God ain't really concerned with that. I got to be obedient.
People be really projecting their toxic traits on God.
It's like my hey Jenny, my happiness isn't an issue. It's my obedience. So okay, I know I don't want to be here, but I got to stick it out.
Yeah, it definitely gives like. I don't want to, people who say that, it definitely is like, okay, so what you're telling me is you're unhappy with your life in some way. And this is how you sleep at night. You convince yourself that God just wants you to be miserable. Right.
That's where I was. That's where I was. And during the day, I would try and walk it out. Like, okay, he wasn't, he wasn't attractive, at least in my eyes. He might be a god to somebody else, but he wasn't to me. And then, I on catch me on the right day and I'm a little cute, I can hold my own. And I think that for me, with me being with him, sort of in some way in his mind validated him. So he wanted to like have me out there and me be seen with him.
A trophy.
There was this, exactly, the trophy. And then there was this whole social media presence where I was having to like put up these posts to, like make it seem like I was into him and I was okay with this thing. And my spirit was just dying slowly.
So you became an accomplice in his self-validation.
I did.
External.
I did. But
I didn't know who you were at that point. I'm like, who is this?
I did, because at the time I'm thinking, okay, well, it's not about him. It's about my relationship with God. It's about my obedience to God. It's about this service, you know, and we say, you know, God used me as a vessel. Okay, so this is the way that God is using me. This is how I rationalized it in my mind. Like, okay.
Hey, Jenny, Genesis, they go Jenny saying, hey,
I know, I saw her.
Hey, girl.
So
that's
it
horrible.
was just, it was crazy. And then he turned out to be a narcissist on top of it.
Oh, Lord. And
so,
you know. Oh, I know.
He started this process of like trying to isolate me, or what I felt was isolate me. Friendships, relatives. It was just, I guess it was just supposed to be me and him. So I had 30 plus year friendships.
Yes.
That he came in and annihilated by one way or another.
I was going
to annihilate this one, but it wasn't going to work.
Right. He tried it with her. And then,
no,
you know, it just carried on. It just carried on. And I was just like, how do I get out of this nightmare? How? I didn't know how. And my flesh, I'm still in my flesh because I still got hormones, and you know, that mouth do a little something. Right. Before I know it, that mouth done did something. Now, okay, well, now shoot, I gotta give him some now after that.
Right.
Oh, it's so pitiful. Oh,
I give in, and old Fertile Myrtle, now I got a baby on the way.
Yep.
What? Now I done made the situation worse, because now I'm bringing a kid into this toxicity. But I'm not gonna delete or terminate the pregnancy. So I gotta put my big girl panties on, and here I go.
Yep.
Like it's crazy what we go through as women, and then at the same time, like, we know our thoughts or the reasons why we made different choices. But you see these things, you know, social media, I got a love-hate relationship with it. Like, they'll say, you know, well, this your baby daddy, but you chose him. Well, what was my mental state at the time that I was choosing him? And they never get to the whys or the hows of how things
happen. Thank you, Jenny, for the shout out.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I think we raised. I think what you're saying about that is like, I have 3 girls, and I'm like, I really take my job seriously. Like, as far as like raising young women, because like I definitely feel like there is a problem. Like, I know in this space, like a lot of people are talking about modern women this and modern women that. And I think sometimes there is a lack of understanding of like what doing it the way we were taught has got some of us. Like, I think a lot of people don't think about, like, it's like, yeah, you can talk about it with rose-colored glasses, but a lot of us, you know, the women are coming in and saying, I did what I was told. I did what I thought and how I was interpreting those traditional values to mean, and this is what I've gotten. And I think a lot of people don't realize, like, you know, especially maybe men don't realize, you know, like I have these daughters, and then I have on one hand these traditional values that I feel like are great to teach them in some ways. But then there's a big part of me that just want to teach them, like, don't listen, just listen to your gut. Don't, like, screw what everybody thinks. Like, make yourself happy. And I know that, you know, that's always gonna, well, you being yourself is always gonna make someone unhappy anyway. You just existing is making somebody not happy in some way. But like, I do battle myself with that, because I hear a lot of what we say we try to do. You know, a lot of people do what they think they're supposed to do. And I just don't think a lot of people realize like the potential misstep or way that can translate. And I just, I hear stories like these, and I'm like, hell, it just makes me want to scream to my daughters.
Hey, auntie. Yeah, I definitely hear what you're saying, Brianna. Like, you know, I think a lot of times they like straight send us off because they tell us about how, you know, with our grandparents, well, with Big Mom and them, you know, they stayed married because they made it work, you know, and they accepted a lot of stuff that they weren't happy with. And then we think we're doing the right thing by, you know, we suffering like grandmama did. Like that's a badge of honor.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, we don't have to be okay with toxicity. We don't.
Yeah. I really struggle with it. Like even in myself and like having an identity outside of being a wife and a mother, and always that pull and push of like, you know, I have this soapbox I often go on about like, I do not exist for your pleasure. Like, I'm sorry. I just have this soapbox, but every so often I just have to let everybody around me know that I'm like a sentient being. Like, I am your mother. Yes, I am your wife. Yes, but I am also still very much me. And I don't want to do stuff sometimes. Like, why do I have to constantly have this? Like, conversation is part of my problem, you know?
But then on the flip side, you get those women that they don't know who they are outside of being a wife or a mother. You know, if they'll tell you, you know, their name, and right after you find out their name, you find out that they're a wife or that they're a mother. Like, who are you? If we strip all that away, who are you?
Most people don't know. Most people put on their roles as their identity.
True.
Sadly. And for me, it's not. I'm like, it's a role that I play.
But then that same thing gets turned on us because then now you have men that are gaslighting. I'm gonna call it what it is, gaslighting women. You know, she's less than or she's inadequate if she's not a wife or if she's not a mother. If you're not married, it's a bad thing. If you don't have kids, then it's a bad thing. There must be something wrong with you.
Yeah.
And that women are buying it. They're buying it.
And I think sometimes how a woman's childhood was cultivated as a little girl with her own father can play a role in the demise of her relationships with men and even as a teenager. You know, for me, no, there was no sexual abuse in my house, or I didn't hear my parents argue, but I saw my dad in passing. My brothers were fortunate enough to have him in the household for all of their childhood and most of their teenage years. Me, on the other hand, I got the hands-on daddy-daughter time for only 7 years before they divorced. Then it was hit or miss, you know what I'm saying? Because my mom's frustration was, oh, well, he did me wrong. And, you know, well, he didn't do me wrong. You know what I mean? So why should I be penalized? So I'm sneaking to call my dad because my mom worked nights. And so I would see girls with their daddies all the time. And in the back of my mind, I can say honestly to this day, no, I've never hated on any other woman or another girl growing up because I had a good childhood. I had whatever I wanted. You know, I was spoiled, but I was still missing that daddy-daughter link. And then I'm building relationships with two men who have suffered physical abuse and mental abuse as kids, and I'm sharing that part of my life with them. So they're presenting themselves as, oh, I got you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know how you bond with somebody in the beginning of your relationship, you feel like you can trust. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what do you have to lose, so to speak? I've learned from that, but and they take that vulnerability that you've exposed, and they portray themselves as being your saving grace, when in fact they're not.
Save them.
Right. Yeah. Captain Save the Little
Chameleons.
Girl who didn't have the daddy in the household. But at
Right.
the same token, they're just becoming more and more manipulative, more and more controlling, because they have their own issues. And they're really not expounding upon all their issues. They're only telling us what they want us to know.
Do you think that we overshare as women?
I think I've been guilty of it.
Yes.
I think I've been guilty of it in the past.
Brianna said yes, real
Mhm.
quick. Like,
Yep.
I'm still conflicted about that. Like, should we tell or shouldn't we tell?
With the wrong people, with the right people. You mean like
with
to people
the right
we're dating?
people. Huh?
Yeah, she's saying to men, like, do women overshare in relationships with their men?
Like in
for
dating,
me, I can say,
do you tell when you're dating? You know
No.
what your past history is, or
so I think
do
I
you say
overshared
that
with
to
the
men?
wrong two. I think for me, I overshared with the wrong two. My ex-husband,
Right.
and then my son's dad, who I didn't marry. So because I have two,
Mhm.
I have 4 total, Brianna, and I'm not gonna go down my whole list of, you can go back and watch the other videos.
Yeah, I heard
but
some of it the other day.
But the point is that now that I'm with my first boyfriend ever and we're married after 23 years of being separated, I can tell him anything.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So I feel like I'm one of those who can be transparent and say, I shared with the wrong people previously.
You
Right.
found your person now.
Yes, I found my person because those two individuals took things that I shared. Like, for example, I shared my brother had a dependency issue. A good reference whiskey. Yeah, Mandrell. So I shared my brother having a drug issue, a drug problem and a dependency issue with an ex, and he brings it up in a court custody battle.
Yeah.
So as to say, hey, she's had my boys around this person, and that's a negative influence on my boys. Now, my brother would never do anything to hurt my boys. However, do you see what I mean? Something I shared with him 10 years prior is now it then resurfaced
to use it against you.
right.
Mm.
And it's like, man, really? Did you really have to go there? So now I got to go ahead and bring out, the South Side in me of Chicago and fire back.
Yeah.
But what does your brother's history have to do with you
It had
as a
nothing.
mother?
That's the narcissistic behavior
Right.
that they naturally get a kick out of, because it's a disease, I believe, for them. I think it's a sickness.
It's a personality disorder. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And so it's like, how can I the objective for the narcissistic behavior or the narcissistic person is to hurt you or to hurt us. So they'll do whatever it takes to cause hurt. If we moved on in our lives with a new partner, how can I hurt this beat? You know what I'm saying? They wake up with hurt on their minds. They wake up plotting. They go to sleep scheming. They spend all day trying to figure out how they can hurt us.
How long do they do that though?
Hurt people.
Because
Hurt
I
in
think
my
it's just
case,
it's a constant state for them.
like forever.
Yeah, I mean, if
Well, let me
they're
say this.
true
Like
narcissistic personality,
mine has been
disorder.
going since 2010.
But
Yeah,
y'all have
so-
children together, right?
At this
Yeah.
point, yeah.
Yeah,
At this
definitely,
point, it's 12 years now. I'm just
Yeah.
like, how do you give me that much mental real estate?
Well,
Like,
y'all have a kid together.
I'm fly, but I ain't that fly.
Hey,
Go do something else.
That's not
It's
how they
not that.
function.
no, it's not.
My ex, we didn't even have kids together, the narcissists I was with. And, until I think it's almost this idea of you belong to them in a lot of ways.
You don't.
And then they
that's
You
what they
don't
think.
even care. You don't even
No, we
care. Like
don't.
when
But it don't matter.
When I see stuff that is done, it's like you're trying to get a rise out of me, and I don't. I could care
But
not
they-
even a half of an iota.
See, but the
Like,
real
I
issue
don't
is
care at all.
we're never supposed to get enough strength
Yeah.
to move past them. If we
Right.
move past, once they see, oh wait, we're no longer a victim of their control, and we're now strong enough, and call it God, call it the universe, The stars and the sun have opened our eyes, and now we see clearly. Hold on. This ain't what it is. I'm not supposed to be here with you. Once they see that
it's not working, like after they see it's not working, then why not stop?
They not gonna stop, because here's the thing. Now they're playing victim.
It's a cycle.
Yeah, it's a cycle.
It's a cycle
because it's like their logic. It's like they're constantly running from. It's like a validation. They don't like. They constantly need validation. Yes. That they are enough. You leaving is almost like an overload for the narcissist, like she said. Yeah. And so there's this constant, okay, like you would have to be introspective to say, okay, what was it about me? What did I do? And for the narcissist, that's not really part of the process. And so they have to find a reason why it was not on them. It's just like it's a personality disorder. That's what I'm saying. It's like someone who has borderline personality disorder or any personality disorder.
I agree with Jenny. I agree with her.
Yeah. I said that to somebody, Jenny Marina. She said, "How dare you leave a toxic environment? Shame on you." Yeah. Nope. And that's very true. It's like, oh, you think you're going to be happy? Well, I got something for you.
Exactly.
No.
Yeah. And can I tell you what
you are? Then you are. It's like you're creating.
And what's even sicker is they dive deeper into destroying whatever peace we have once they see that we found happiness. And they would actually open the door to revisiting a relationship with us again.
Yeah. Ma'am, stop it.
They would.
They never. I don't understand how anybody could think that, because after you escape, like when I got away, I was like a prisoner. Yes, after I escaped, and that's I summarized it like that when I talk to people. Like, I'm free. Yeah. I'm free now. Yeah. Like, I ain't been cut loose from slavery. Like, I ain't never going back to that place again ever. I don't care what happened. And I found, like, when I look back at pictures of myself from that time, and even I had people reaching out to me and they were like, you look so much different.
Yeah.
It's the glow for me. Yeah. And when I first started getting those messages, I'm like, did I look that bad? And I went back to pictures. I went back to pictures and I was like, oh my God, I did. Right. I didn't realize it. Yeah. And, it actually, the narcissist behavior ended up bringing me closer to the person that I was in relationship with, because the harder he fought me, then the harder the person I was with the person I was in relationship with, the harder he loved me.
Exactly.
And it was like, okay, keep it up. All you doing is bringing us closer, because he's showing me what type of man he is in the midst of your foolishness.
First of all, ladies,
and
the nerve of you.
Oh my goodness.
The nerve. First of all, ladies, the nerve of you to not acknowledge me in the chat.
What?
Hello?
For you to not acknowledge me in the chat the way you should. Okay? Them 1 or 2 words that's not good enough.
Sorry. We are so sorry.
I know you're sorry.
A warm round of applause, bells, whistles.
Well, I know you're sorry, but what else?
Performers,
everything. I know you're sorry, but what else?
To welcome Andrell.
Thank you. All right. And bring me my drink and my slippers. Hurry up. I've been working all day. I'm tired now.
Okay. What you want to drink? We got you.
What you want, a grilled cheese and ham sandwich? We got you.
You're supposed to know it. You're supposed to know what I like, because that's what I like.
Read your mind.
See?
Do something.
Okay, look,
I'm saying this because I've actually seen this in real life. You guys are talking about narcissists and all that stuff.
Yes.
And you're telling the truth. Absolutely. I've seen guys treat women, like, in my opinion, like utter trash. And I'm like, you expecting her to stick around for that? Right. I mean, you do know that eventually this is going to come to a head.
And this going to come to an end.
And she ain't going nowhere. She ain't going nowhere. This is what they say in private. Yeah. She ain't going nowhere. I mean, she ain't gonna find no better than me. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, if you think that, I mean, but you can't. And the thing is, you can't tell them nothing. You
They
can't
play
tell
this
them.
mental game with you though, because like if I had low self-esteem or my self-confidence was low,
Mm-hmm.
then I would have been out of here, because he did everything he could to try to stomp on my self-esteem. He would tell me, ain't no guy gonna really want you. They just gonna want to because you got some big titties and a big ass.
That's it.
Ain't no man
Well,
gonna take care of
Genesis,
you.
to be fair,
Ain't no man gonna take care of you.
Mandrell,
Jennifer, no, wait, to be fair, let's be real. That's gonna play a part in it. Okay,
I mean,
it may not be the end all be all, but listen.
But here's the thing. I'm realistic about that. I'm realistic about that.
Okay, like, so you know, big booty and
I just want to
yeah, and let's face it.
I just want to too. So
no, right, and let's face it. I mean, you are not. And I'm being clean here, keeping it clean. You're not a bad-looking woman, like by no stretch of the imagination.
I know that, but what I'm saying is,
so when he said that, I mean,
like,
there's a.
This is the thing.
So when he says that, there is a margin of truth.
A bad thing.
That's the manipulation to make her think that nobody else is. They're only gonna want her for the big titties and the big ass. They're not gonna want anything.
They're not gonna want a genuine relationship, because
almost
it's almost like else to the table,
right. It's almost
that.
like a woman has no value.
That's my bonus. That's the bonus. That don't make me who I am.
Right.
Exactly.
Most women.
Because here's the thing, ladies. I'm gonna be real, and I've been called a weirdo for this. I've turned away some brick houses. I mean, I mean, they could be cover models. You know what I'm saying? And I've turned them down because when you talk to them, there's nothing there.
Right.
Like, it's like there's an empty box in their head. I'm just like, and the second I talk to you and there's nothing, you have nothing to talk about, nothing to contribute to a conversation. Not about anything specific, let's just have a conversation. You can't do that. It's like, no, thank you. No, thank you. I just went limp. I can't. No.
But the same holds true for us. The same holds true for us. Like, you know, yeah, we want the good-looking man. You know, if he got a body, then that's a bonus. You know,
right?
But we need something to be between your ears too.
Right, and these guys,
because you know, ED is real, and after ED sets in on you, then we gotta realize, we gotta think about, okay, I still love him. I'm still with him because
there's always Viagra and Cialis.
I
mean,
they
got chewables now. They even got gummies now.
Okay, but here's the thing, though, Mandrell. As a woman, I mean, as an insatiable woman, what's wrong with this? I mean, the spontaneity is killed if you got to wait for him to go in the bathroom and pop this pill.
And you got to wait for the pill to take effect too.
Yeah, you got to let it kick in.
See what I'm saying? Now I got to wait. Come on, I'm fresh out the shower, Victoria's Secret down, you know, strawberries and champagne. And then
by the time the kick in, I ain't even in the mood now.
I done dried up.
No, but see, you're always in the mood.
No.
Yeah, you're a woman. You're always in the mood.
He's being facetious, right?
There's some,
there's some
guys who actually believe that nonsense.
Because understand, I went 7 years of being celibate. Not all, so
Lord
no toys,
Jesus,
no
bless
nothing.
your ministry. 7 years.
7 years.
Why?
Okay, 7 years. Because here's the thing: my daughter was molested by somebody I trusted, which was my son's dad. So in my mind, I'm not dating anybody. I'm not letting nobody.
See, you weren't even in the headspace for it then. I mean, that makes sense in your case.
You're in protection mode. But here's the thing: do you realize how much strength that requires?
Not when you're in that headspace. Don't take much. Here's the thing: when you're in protection mode, at my age, lucky to find one that trim those toes. The thing is, when you're in protection mode, it really you're not in that headspace at all, and it doesn't take much strength because the strength is already there. Your mind and your focus is on something completely far more significant, and your brain, your body knows that.
I was identifying any type of sexual relations to that.
Exactly. And so that's why you weren't really in the mood, because you had that correlation between intimacy and.
But this is the thing. He actually had the audacity to say, "Well, you cut that off." Wait. Yeah, I cut it off. But and I cut the relationship off, and you're still in my house until I can get you evicted. But you mean to tell me you go to my 13, 14-year-old daughter as revenge?
No, but why'd you cut it off?
Because I knew, okay, here's the thing. Now, some people don't associate love with sex. I'm different. Once I have detached myself from I've detached you from my heart. So I'm no longer feeling love from you. I don't feel love for you. I'm not in love with you. And mentally, I could take or leave you. So if I start, when I hear you come in the door, I don't even want to hear the key.
Oh, you were checked out.
See, I was checked out.
Yeah, you had checked out already.
We do that. We check out mentally and emotionally before we check out.
I checked out because of all the narcissistic behaviors, and he wasn't bringing anything to the table financially. And it's just like, dude, you got money for date sites, but you don't have money to contribute toward the household.
But see, the thing is, women aren't the only ones who are like that. Like me, if I'm checked out mentally, I'm like you guys. I mean, if I'm checked out mentally, it's like,
yeah.
You want to? No, I don't. Thank you.
Right? No.
Right? It's like, nah.
Now I do know some women.
Let's just watch TV.
I know some women. I know some women even down here in Oklahoma that I've bonded with here recently. They can actually be intimate, and that's it, and not even talk to the guy tomorrow. Like literally,
that's
they
a problem.
have no emotional attachment to the man whatsoever.
That's a problem. But all three of you are married. Well, two of you are married, right? Brianna, you're married.
Yeah. I'm married.
How long have you been married?
5 years.
Gotcha. Okay. And so wait, hold on. So, Dovene, you say you have some women who now, Brianna, you know women. Dovene just said that she knows women who can separate intimacy from feelings. You know any people like that? Women like that?
I'm like that just because I'm moody as hell.
I am too.
I gotta be because I'm moody. So I feel like not in a toxic way, but like in a sense of, but even when I was single, yeah, I could definitely enter into an agreement with a man, be like, this is what we doing, and that's it. Like I could do that. I was that person.
Glass in case of emergency.
I was that person.
In case of emergency.
But that's when I was single.
I say, you just got somebody to dust the cobwebs off of you, right?
Exactly. That's what we call
it's not to say. I think it was just like a comfort, and like I was fine with it. Like it wasn't like I had to not talk to you to maintain that or run out as soon as like I could be cool with you. I definitely had to do like that. We both going on dates with other people, and that's what we did.
Just
and it was okay. So yeah, I can do that. And then in marriage, like I said, I'm moody. So like generally speaking, I can go through so many moods in the span of even a day. And some days I was like, some days I don't even like myself. Some days I'm not gonna like you. Okay. Some days I ain't gonna like these kids. So I feel like I have to get over how I feel because I also have a duty. Now that's not to say you could just come in here and take me whenever you want. But generally speaking, I'm chill. Like I don't care if
you're wrong about that. You belong to me. You belong to me.
No, I don't believe that.
I don't believe. I would have you when I see fit.
I'm with Mandrell on that. I don't believe.
I belong to him. He doesn't belong to me. I don't believe that.
Yes, he does.
I don't think that lady should say no. Like even if
I don't believe that you should say no. That's what I'm saying. I have a duty. We will like that's an agreement we made. That's a conversation we don't have to have because we knew that. Okay, this is how many times a week you need it. This is absolutely unacceptable below this amount. Bet we gonna do that. I'm gonna make sure
I'm at my quota for the week. Leave me alone.
You know what I'm saying? Like we gonna be. That's all you got to tell me.
I'll even go as far as to say, I mean, and there shouldn't be sexual pressure in a relationship at all. Right. But your man shouldn't be in need. He shouldn't have a heavy day where he feeling he weighted down. You know what I'm saying? The test. You got a whole month. I was watching a show the other night. Can't think of the name of the movie. It had a religious connotation to it, but the wife had held out on the husband for 4 months.
No,
and dude is like, hold on. So his
I'm not condoning cheating, but if you done held out on 4 months and your man step out, then ma'am,
and her reasoning was she's busy with their 2 little girls. She wasn't creeping. But what happened was he became friends with a coworker, and she had a bank, big tits, big booty. It was a black show. And the thing is that and so he got real close, and all of a sudden, as he's at her door, she kisses him on the cheek, and it's like, is this the end of the night? Yeah. And he tells her, he had a flash of his wife that came in his mind. He said, it has to be. Please forgive me. I got to go.
But I think that happens a lot. I think people think it's a sign that something's wrong. We've definitely gone through.
Oh no, it's not a sign. It's not a sign. There's something wrong.
Like sometimes, like I think that it's like that happens.
She said not 4 months,
but that happened to us.
Right.
Because when I get pregnant, this is why I'm not on hormonal birth control. Estrogen and me, or the high levels of estrogen and progesterone that are pregnant. You know, when you're pregnant, they absolutely destroy my libido. I mean, to the point of I do not want a man breathing on me. Like, this is my body's reaction to the hormones of pregnancy and birth control, which is why I don't take it. Like, and literally going through a period when I was pregnant with my youngest, being like, oh, I really don't like you. Like, what's up? This is weird. Like, really being in this mindset of like, okay, I know I used to like you. Nothing happened. I can't stand you? And I'm saying that it's a problem in the sense that it took introspection and being like, okay, something's going on, you know, and like taking it upon myself to like further investigate what was going on and try to work with it. But at the same time, it took patience from him and understanding that, okay, this is not who she is. She's not usually like this. I think you just have to be proactive about it and not just sit around wallowing and giving your partner a pass for whatever, you know, because at some point it's like, hey, I understand you going through something, but are we going to try to figure out what's going on? Or am I supposed to just be chilling over here getting done?
Okay, I got to be honest. You sound like a nightmare.
What? Maybe. I mean, I know myself.
I get it. My thing is this, like the moodiness, for that, it depends on how that manifests. Like, if you're moody, I can deal with that. I mean, everyone has bad days. Everyone has bad moments. You know what I mean? So that just comes with the territory of dealing with a human being. It's simply, you know, you're gonna deal with it.
I think some people are a little bit more moody than others, and I don't think moody is ever an okay for disrespecting your partner. For me,
that's where I was going with it. Like, if you're disrespectful and just going in on me about something, I'm like, no, calm down, ease up. What's the issue?
It's just me being like maybe like a little more isolated. Like, I kind of go within myself when I'm moody, because I know I don't want to be snappy, and it's not okay to treat people away because you're in a mood. So typically I just withdraw like into myself. So that's how my moodiness kind of manifests.
Gotcha. That's what I'm saying. It just depends on how
a little moody, because catch me every 28 days and anything is bound to happen. But I do give disclaimers like, no, today ain't the day that you want to do that.
Yeah, I think that's the woman thing, Mandrill. I don't know. I think women are moody. I think we go through many more mood swings than y'all do. My husband's pretty stable and steady.
I bet you do.
He's the same every day.
I'm convinced that there is a menopause or something.
My husband
menstruation.
No, what it is with men, what it is with men is, you know, they teach men, be a man, suck it up and drive on, blah blah blah, right?
Right.
Well, after so long, you can only suck up so much, and if you don't deal with the problem, it's gonna deal with you. Like that's why, like I told you this, is I stopped working, right? Like, I don't work right now, right? I mean, luckily for me, I had, you know, I'm not a person who spends a ton of money, you know, and with my job, I was making good money. So, I mean, when I figured out I need to work on this whole getting back into society and that whole thing, I need to work on my mental health. I looked at my account.
Tell the people what happened.
What do you mean?
I stayed at work for 12 days straight.
Wow.
Yeah, I was working all the time.
Inside bed at work.
At work, sure did. Wow. I was sleep at work sometimes. Yeah, I spent those times I spent a couple of weeks at work. Didn't leave. I'd eat it. They had a commissary there. I mean, I ate at the lunchroom there. I mean, I was just that into the work that I was doing. And so, I mean, and when it comes to that, and I didn't get out much, even though I lived in Atlanta at the time. Didn't get out much. Hung out with friends every now and again, but that was it. So, I mean, but when I did start talking to people and trying to be more social, I noticed that I was lacking a lot. Like, it shows even on these live streams sometimes. It's like, I'll just say what's on my mind.
Yeah.
I'll just say what's on my mind, period. I mean,
yeah.
Before I know it, it's out.
Because
we think it.
They know what it is with you. They know what it is with you. It's kind of black or white. You ain't got to figure out that whole gray area because you've eliminated any doubt or confusion.
I don't know about that, Genesis. He's a lot like my brother. He reminds me of my older brother now. He's married. He has a wife, sweetest person in the world. Like literally the picture of traditional sweet woman. Like, and he married the sweetest, but he's me. He reminds me of Mandrill. He just be like saying stuff. He was in the military as well, so maybe it's a military thing, but it's
the military.
Don't be having no filter.
Well, think about it.
It
could be, but the thing is about the military is that, I mean, you learn, and it depends on what you're doing, because you speak of mine always, yep. Jenny. The thing
but my husband's not like that, and he's all about discipline and structure.
Yeah, but for me, my job in the military, we didn't have time for niceties. We didn't have time for to sweet talking. Like, well, you could have said it nicer. Like, if you were to say that to me now, like, well, you could have said nicer. Said what nicer? Like, I literally don't even know what I said that I could have said nicer. Okay, help me out here. What did I say that I could have said nicer? Well, you said this. You said, bring me the glass of water. You could have said, could you bring me a glass of water, please? I'm like, why would I do that? That's like an extra word that I didn't have to say. I could just tell you to bring the glass of water. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking of efficiency.
You sound like a nightmare, Mandrill. You talking about
listen, between that military and that Department of Defense business, I'm like,
I don't know. I don't know, but I do believe there's a partner out there for people like that. I don't know who it is, but I definitely believe
he needs somebody to balance him out. He needs somebody to balance him out.
Like my sister-in-law,
she just Mandrills or a female version of him. No,
somebody like my sister-in-law.
To impose that on the world.
Why don't you want two of me? And then we join forces, please.
Oh no. Yeah,
go Voltron. I'm telling you, we join forces. Go Voltron Force. I'm telling you.
No, I don't think. No, you need somebody like the opposite. Yeah, because like my brother she's literally the sweetest person on this earth. Like just like through and through, nice, giving, serving. Like just like she is like what he needs because he's not gonna be nice. He has no time for it. He's very like he just that way. And that's who he was drawn to. And she, even though you would think that wouldn't work well because he doesn't like sugarcoat things, like she also needs that though, because she's too nice sometimes. And so he be like, look, this is, so they balance each other out in that way.
Yeah, that makes sense. And initially I looked for someone, I was looking for someone, maybe I need someone to balance me out. Because I was thinking about that too. I'm like, yeah, but who the hell is that going to be? You know what I'm saying? Like,
you don't even know what that looks like.
I don't even know what it looks like. I really don't. Yeah. It's hilarious, but hey, listen, I'm not gonna lie. I love myself.
Vaughn said he salutes you, Mandrill.
Yes. Cars in the sexual cafeteria of life. He says sexual cafeteria
of life. That's the
in the sexual cafeteria of life. There are many different appetites. For some, mac and cheese. Others, tossed salad. And that pun intended, right? On that tossed salad.
Right. I don't know about that.
No, it's just, I mean, but the thing is, here's the thing. You'd be amazed at how patient I am. You guys, I think you guys would be absolutely amazed at that.
Now, I don't know about that, Mandrill.
What did he say? I'm sorry.
Platforms we have been on.
Platforms
we have been on.
Yeah,
they, they start on them rants. You'd be like quick ready to cut them off. Yeah, 2 minutes.
Yeah, because they start saying stuff that doesn't make any sense. I'm like, do you hear yourself? Like, have you thought about what you're saying? Come on.
Yeah, they did. But they did.
They did not, clearly.
It's
just like people with religion. I'm like, y'all just hadn't thought about this whole thing yet. I mean, seriously. Like, what do you worship Buddha? I'm like, see, that's how I know you don't know what you're talking about. Nobody worships Buddha. He's not a god. Buddha is not a god. Well, what is he? I'm like, he was a human being who lived once upon a time and came up with some interesting philosophies of life, of peace, tranquility, and balance. And he came up with some philosophies to help people find balance and inner peace. That's what Buddhism is. It's not about worshiping a god.
Now, since you brought that up, we were talking about religion earlier.
Talking about what earlier?
Brianna was sharing her experiences. I shared my experience. Dobinay told us some about hers.
Mm-hmm.
What do you
I heard some of Dobinay's too. How that woman still like I don't Dobinay really. I don't condone violence, Dobinay, but I don't know how you didn't shoot him. I don't even condone using the N-word, Dobinay, but you should have shot that nigga.
Yeah,
would have been telling that story from jail.
Golly, like word.
Listen, huh?
This the thing.
That is the
You
that
don't
is
think
the
I
one
wanted
thing.
to?
I bet you did.
Gotta remember, I had two other. Here's the thing: I didn't have a judicial system that was going to support me. They showed me during the process that they were on his team.
Hey, Talk L.
So I couldn't run the risk of losing my voice.
And then what got me is that judge. Yeah, you're gonna go home with your mom. And I'd rather jump out of the window. No, you don't believe that. Listen, white lady. See, here's the thing though. The way I am, I've kind of always been this way. I've always been honest. But and my mom's like, sometimes it's embarrassing. I'm like, well, it's your fault. How's it my fault? I'm like, really, Mom? You want to tell me about being what do you think I got it from? You didn't get it from me. My sister's like, yeah, we did. Yeah, we it was you. How do you know you didn't get it from your dad? Yeah, from your father. I'm like, we're like, Daddy hardly said 2 words in any given day. He was a quiet man, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't an isolationist or nothing like that. He was just a quiet guy, you know? I'm like, so you did all the talking. Where do you think we got it from?
Were y'all raised like in any religious background?
Yeah, born and raised Christians, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
But yeah.
Then what like when I hear you talking, like you said something that I never asked you a question about it, but like when bad things happen, you'll say, well, these bad things happen and God let those bad things happen.
He sure did.
Mm-hmm.
He has the power to stop them, and he did not. So that right there tells you there's something wrong with what's being taught in the church. One of these things ain't like the other. There's something wrong about what's being taught in the church. We're not, no. You know what I'm saying? Because the church would tell you, well, this is the way life works. This is the way God works. This is why. But then you look at observable reality. You're like, wait a minute. Now, hold up. Where was God when these things were happening? Well, you had to go through it for everything's a cop-out. You had to go through it for a reason. Hold on. Let me explain. You had to go through it for a reason so you can learn this lesson. Okay. Well, what about this? Well, God moves in his own time. Well, what about that? And they keep moving the goalposts. Everything is just a cop-out. Everything is a cop-out. I'm like, no, you told me that God works this way. That's the way you told me he works, right? Yes. Then why didn't he do it when he had the chance here? Well, God moves in mysterious ways.
Because they guessing. They guessing.
Right. And it's like
they got the nerve to hold you to a standard of guesswork. That's why I do not go to church. I actually agree with you. I'm a Christian, but I don't agree with church. That hasn't been my experience.
That really hasn't been my experience. I think that everything Von Bryan said, he totally disagrees with you on this one, Mandrell.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. You can keep drinking the Kool-Aid, Von.
I think that everything is God sent or God used. Like I could sit on this platform for the next couple of hours and tell about all the bad things that happen to me. And there's a lot, but all of those things helped create the Genesis that sits here and talks to everybody today.
But can I point out something?
In that way, they're God used. Like I wouldn't have a testimony. I wouldn't be an example of what I believe, or I'm gonna just call it the thing. I wouldn't be an example of an overcomer if I didn't have those bad things happen to me. I wanted to say, like when I was going through it, I wasn't doing the, why God, why you let this happen, why me, that type thing. But sitting on the other side of it, I get it.
But Mandrell said that he believes that there's something the church is teaching. I think a lot of people, you interpreted that as he's saying his issues with God. I'm saying I agree with him in the way the church is teaching how God work is the issue. Because once again, like I was saying, my whole experience and how I was saved, I mean, I couldn't even go to a church. Like, what would they say if I told them that story? Like, would I be able to even get through my story without being told, well, no, this is wrong or that? And it's like my whole experience with God has been I won't say contrary to what they teach, but you get the idea that it's a lot of we're all just humans down here guessing, really, at the end of the day.
And that's it, because the thing is, none of us were alive during that time, and no one actually knows if the Bible is telling the truth or if it's real or not. No, not actually. The only thing we can do is trust and have faith, and that's the con. That's the biggest vulnerability about religion as a whole, regardless of if it's Christianity or Islam or whatever. It's all based on faith, and that's where the enemy comes in and sneaks in and attacks. They come after your faith. You know what I'm saying? So you really have to watch yourself in terms of like when you go into church and what ministers preaching at these pulpits. You know what I'm saying? Because look at Reverend Ike. Y'all remember him?
Yeah.
Y'all remember Reverend Ike? Okay, right. And you got Eddie Long, and you got Joel Osteen, you got T.D. Jakes, all these charlatans out here preaching, and they're millionaires.
Creflo Dollar, you got Creflo Dollar.
Oh yeah, man. I went to this church when I was in Atlanta. When I lived in Atlanta, I went to just to see it. And this joker, it was true. This joker had ATM machines in the church. I said, stop playing. It's true.
Yeah.
I said that, man. And what got me about Joel Osteen, I used to like him because I said, okay, he's not much of a preacher, but he's a fantastic motivational speaker, right? Mm-hmm. I used to like Osteen, and then I tried to get my mom, see if I can get my mom to go there on, like, I was going to get she and her boyfriend tickets to go see him, right? And so I was going to pay for the tickets there to see him and plane fare. I stopped for a minute. I said, whoa, wait a minute. Hold up. Why the fuck am I buying tickets for her to go to church? I got to buy tickets to go see a preacher?
Yeah.
And it hit me just like that. I was like, yeah, no. This is shiesty stuff here, man.
Let me tell you something since you touched on that. So I'm not going to use no name. I'm going to get like Genesis. I can't use the name of the pastor.
Okay.
But there's a well-known pastor in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
And my mother-in-law and my husband's family grew up in this church on the south side of Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
And every pastor has a past, whether they was a pimp, they was a drug dealer, they was a gangbanger, they have some sort of a past. And so this pastor, I had been to his church years ago as a kid, because we would go sometimes if we was running late to our home church. It was snowing. My mom would be like, come on, let's run around here to this. And so I had been to his church, knew him. My dad knew him. Okay, because my dad had a little street in him. So they knew each other. And now he's got this big mega church on the south side of Chicago. Well, check the move. I had heard rumors, but I'm the type, I'm like the state of Missouri. I need to show me. Now, let me see what this is about. Just like Mandrell said, I know this cat ain't really got no ATMs in this church. He saw it. So this pastor, he goes into the word, and then he stops, and he shifts real quick and says, first of all, it was like some gangster stuff going on up in here, because the church is in the hood, but it's an elite church. You know, the more modern sound systems and big screens and all that kind of thing. So it's a beautiful church. And so we're sitting here, and I notice out my peripheral vision to my right, I notice a guy keeps standing up. Now, this pastor believes in order. He don't want to hear no babies crying. If your babies are crying, and you need to go downstairs to the fellowship hall, and you need to chill down there. He don't want no disruption. When he's speaking, he wants order. He wants, if you come in late and he's already taken the podium, then the ushers are to seat you in the back. You're not about to walk up to no empty seat in the front. None of that's happening. So it's a dude to my right who keeps standing up, and he's dressed like a ninja. We're not in the Halloween season. So I'm looking like, dang, this dude look like he got on the Halloween costume. So I see, and I'm sitting towards the front, because this is how my in-laws like to sit closer to the front. So it's like 13 of us.
I'm mad you said ninja, but we'll get to that later.
Oh.
We'll get to that. Keep going. We'll get to that later.
He had the overcoat like shirt on with the little fringes.
Keep going. Keep going with your story. We'll get to that later.
and he had this kind of sash going on, and it had little emblems on it, like gold and silver emblems, like he was about to go fight. He keeps standing up, and the pastor's just going through through the weekly announcements, what's coming up, this event, blah blah blah, Farrakhan coming, whoever, whatever, he's going through those things. And so all of a sudden he says, hold on a second, time out. He said, time out. He says, sir, I need you to sit down. Dude did like this. He said, I need you to sit down. He said, I need you to sit your tail down.
Tail, or did he say the other word?
No, he didn't say ass. He said, I need you to sit your tail down. And he's getting aggressive now. So now I'm hearing, the vibrato, and he's like, I need you to sit your tail down. He said, oh, that's it. He snapped his fingers. And I don't know where these other cats came from, but they walked up to this guy and they physically lift him by both arms out the church. He's like, you know what? We're going to segue to the first offering. Did you hear me say
the first offering?
Did you hear me? The operative word is first offering. He said the first offering. And if you got a problem and you didn't get to stop at the bank first, he has a deacon open this side door and rolls out an ATM machine.
That's right.
And then he says, line up right here. He said, God put on my mind and my heart to ask, I need 10 people to give $100.
Yeah, God put it on his mind and on his heart. God did it, really? God did it. Stop.
Listen, hold on.
That's the disgusting part.
Wait a minute. He asked for it's time for the first tithes and offering, okay? So the deacon gives him a signal like this. Look, in other words, we ain't got that amount. He didn't tallied up. He in the middle of preaching. The deacon that came out and he did this to him like in a sign. He says, okay, sorry, pause break. He was like, what's the problem, y'all? I know y'all got some money.
I need my money.
He said, I need at least 10 people to give me $100.
What?
Do you know folks start lining up? So my husband has a cousin named John. John is ignorant. John don't care if we in church. John don't care where we at. John said, I know this nigga didn't just say he need $100. So he told his mom, right there, he looked at his mama. He said, hey, Shelly, I'm telling you now, her name's Shirley, but they call her Shelly. You get your ass up and give him $100 if you want to. He said, I'm telling you now, you ain't getting nothing for Mother's Day from me. He said, this joker ain't get. I'm just gonna give him 40. He said, no, you not. You just gave him 60 in the tithe envelope. So John is going off.
John sounds like me. That's me. I would do that.
John said, this nigga is a racketeer. He running a racketeer. It ain't so John.
Where you think KS learned it from?
Listen, do you
y'all leave KS alone? Okay?
No, I'm saying, but he says he came from the church. Like he came from the church. I'm saying, like that's the same thing they say. That's where he learned it from. They do that in the church. I don't have a problem with him, but he will tell you that's his background. I'm like, yeah.
Genesis, go to the comments right quick. What I'm trying to scroll up. Somebody.
I don't fool with church. I don't see why people.
Ron Bryan said, but you can't base Christianity on those charlatans because we will have some false prophets.
True.
What about those who stand true to their faith?
Oh, here's the problem with that, Vaughn. Here's a problem with that. Here's my problem with that. How am I to know the difference?
Ooh. Exactly. And my problem
they
is,
say a tree by its fruit, right?
Let me say my problem with it.
That's true.
A tree by its fruit.
Okay, yeah, but everybody keep eating the same fruit from the rotten tree. The tree is rotten, but the fruit tastes good.
We know.
And I think you just have to find those that are genuine. Because when I was telling my story, this was before you joined the stream. I was telling my story to Brianna. I was afraid to go to a Black church because I thought everybody in the Black church was brainwashed,
right.
And a lot of those churches, that I saw growing up, the pastor was driving some kind of luxury car, and they got on, tailor-made suits,
and the person got a big hat on.
the congregation was, you know, they struggling and they can't pay their bills, but they paying their tithes faithfully to the churches. So I was thinking,
get a lot of his money.
They gotta be brainwashed, because how are you, you know, giving all your money to the church, but now you about to be evicted from your home because you haven't paid your bills at home. You know, you ain't paid your mortgage or your rent or whatever the case may be.
Can I?
But now let me just
say, can I say?
Go ahead.
I feel like Jesus came to like fight religion in the first place, so I don't know how we loop back around to getting in the same spot.
Right.
That's always my understanding. That I just feel like this is literally, he was fighting an established religion of people who had put themselves in this position as the end all be all, knowing everything. And they had gotten into this whole system where some people were being like cast out and some people were, it was like this whole system of religion based off. We got to this point from the same thing. God chose his people. He gave them the rules. He gave them the laws of how they should live their life. By the time Jesus came around, it had been changed and morphed into this whole thing to line the pockets of the Pharisees and the Sadducees and all the people who were at the top. And he literally came to fight that whole system and reestablish that you do not need a middleman. You do not put these people over you. And then we fast forward to like 2,000 years later, and here we are kind of again in the same situation, just a new brand.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying. And y'all,
I think that there are some. I think that not all preachers. Do I think that there are some crooked preachers?
No, there's
out
most
there?
of them. The vast majority.
Do.
The vast majority of them.
But I think there are some good preachers out there too. Some are actually doing good things in the communities that they serve or where they're located, you know. And in those cases, I don't think that the people should be so concerned about where their tithes are going or what the church is doing with their money if they can see that. But if it's one of those churches, you know, they'll say they got a building fund. They didn't have a building fund for 20 years. The building still ain't done. In those cases, no, because
we're trying to build money. Yeah, no, we got to build a school building, okay, for the school, the church school. My church had that for a long time, but the thing is, my church actually did buy a building and renovate it and did build a school.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
And I belong to a church. I belong to a church where they do a lot of stuff in the community. You know, they have made purchases, but they're making purchases with cash. So I can see the fruit of the tithes that they are receiving, right, because they provide a lot of services, you know, when it's holidays, not just on holidays, I should say, not just on holidays, but every day, there's all kinds of resources that people aren't paying for. And I do understand that those things cost money. So it has to come from somewhere.
I mean, I definitely agree with churches being like this.
Either.
Right. I definitely like the whole idea of the church being this community center for resources and help, you know, and all that stuff, maybe how in their original iteration they were. But let's be real, like where we are now, I mean, it's basically turned into the same thing he came to fight the first time.
Well, the thing is, here's a sad fact of it. Church is today and always has been nothing more than a haven for poor people to go and get some glimmer of hope that their lives will get better. When you think about it and look at it in its pure form, that's all church does. You don't really get a closer personal relationship with God without going out into the world with your own faith, your own ideology. And because your relationship with God, if it's the same as everyone else, then you don't have a personal relationship with God, because we're all different. And we're all going to comprehend and understand things in a different fashion. We all communicate differently. I can't communicate with Genesis same exact way I communicate with Brianna or Dovene.
Right.
You did three different people, you know? So God, you're going to understand God in a different way than I do. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have a different type of relationship with him. And exchanging the ideas on how you operate in that fashion, that's how you learn, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? It gives me insight and it gives me a different way of thinking. Like, okay, she does it this way and that way. That's interesting. Okay, let me try that. You know, let me try this out or whatever. You know what I mean? Like I had a conversation with Anton Daniels on about free will. And I was like, nope. no. And I was like, definitely no. And I disagree with almost everything the guy said, right? And I told him why. Then I said, okay, I'm gonna need. Then he said something that got my attention. I said, okay, I'm gonna need elaboration on that. He elaborated. I said, okay, so for clarification, you're saying that it works this way, and this, that, and the other. He was like, yeah. I said, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm not stuck firm on everything,
right?
Because I believe that you can't be. You have to be malleable. You have to be flexible. The only thing that you should stand true on is if you have faith, stay firm on, stand on your square with your faith, and stand firm in your trust that, okay, well, he's there. Do you know what he's doing? No. Do you understand what this whole thing is about? No. No one does. That's the simple truth of it. No one really understands it. No one really knows. So you just go out there and do the best you can.
But you know something?
Try your best to be a good person. Like, I've never wanted to be a jerk. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've never been mean to women like that. You know what I'm saying? I never beat women and nothing like that. You know, what is that to do? You know what I'm saying?
But let me ask you guys something. So for me, witnessing that, which seemed like an organized scholarship situation, if I will say, I mean, it's like, okay, is this a racketeer? Is this, is it about tithes and offering for the church, or are we giving this pastor our hard-earned money and he's not putting anything into the church?
Oh, it depends.
So the church I belong to here, but let me tell you the difference. The vast difference is my church here in Oklahoma. I've never been to a church, visited a church, or been a member of a church that operates like this. Check this out. So the church is run by my pastor, and we refer to him. It's, we're all under the full gospel umbrella. Okay. So Bishop Paul Morton is who we're under. So we're a full gospel organization, and he doesn't care if you pay your tithes. He tells us every Sunday. The box look, the box is at the back of the church. If you have it, then you give it. If you don't, that's fine, because you're not feeding me, because the church is paid for. We pay for the church in our tithes and offering. Tithes and offering, so we own the church now. And we're now in the process of tearing down the back portion of the church to build a STEM school. So we see where the money is going. He tells us every Sunday. Y'all know me and my wife together have 6 checks coming in, because they're retired military. They both served at the same time. So they got 2 checks. They're 100% disabled. So they're getting those checks. And then they own a business.
Transparency. Exactly.
So
transparency.
And pause for a second. We got to welcome Von Bryan.
Hey, Von Bryan, how you doing?
Graced us with his presence. Hey, Von.
What is going on? Listen, I really did not plan to get on here, but
I know
I'm enjoying the conversation.
I triggered him. Genesis.
No, it's not a trigger. It's not a trigger for me because honestly, Mandrell, it's not a trigger for me because I hear that all the time. You know what I'm saying? But
you gotta understand where people are coming from. Like for me, when I talk to people who are devout about going to church and participating in the whole thing, all I ask people to do is understand where I'm coming from with my philosophy. That's all. I don't try to convert anybody. I don't say that I'm right and I'm wrong. I'm right and they're wrong. I don't say that. It's like, I don't believe. Like, say we talk about something, you bring something up, and like, I don't believe that, and here's why I don't. Now, you can explain to me why you believe it and why you feel it's right and why you think it's right. And at the end of the day, I may even agree with you.
Yeah.
And I may disagree. But my thing is, I'm just looking to understand your point of view, because it all starts on understanding. If I can understand you, I may disagree at the end of the day. But the thing is, understanding is what's key. That's the key to growth. You have to first comprehend what's going on and look to understand first. Because if you don't understand it, you can't go past it. If you don't understand 1 + 1 is 2, how are you going to move to multiplication and division?
Yeah,
you don't know you don't know 1 + 1. You know, that's the thing. That's comprehension. I just look for people to at least just try to understand.
Yeah, and I don't know if you can hear me because I'm struggle streaming.
We hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my thing with that is, and I agree, because I'm not an avid churchgoer like I used to be. Growing up, of course, I was in that church Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and then Sunday all day.
That's too much.
So I was very indoctrinated by the teachings of Christianity and the scriptures. But one thing that I did learn by growing up, by becoming more mature and learning that word for myself, I understood, I began to understand a lot of the discrepancies concerning what I had been taught prior. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, to me, it's a personal relationship for me.
Absolutely.
You know,
Right.
and I'm definitely a firm believer in trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not to your own understanding,
I hear a preacher.
but acknowledge him in all of your ways, not some, but all of your ways, and he will direct your path. And so these are principles that I grew up with, and it helped me through middle school and high school and some college. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Now this is my faith. And of course, by all means, I'm not going to force it on anybody. You know, I can only share with you my experiences, but I cannot base a thing on what I see. See, faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen.
Yes.
So if I'm basing my trust and my belief in God on this shyster over here who's taking the church money and messing up the church money, or you know what I'm saying? Or the people who's in the choir that are wayward and all of this stuff, if my eyes are on all of that, then I'm going to miss the mark. I'm going to miss the relationship, the personal relationship that I desire to have with God, this God that I believe in. You know, some people believe in the tree God. They believe in the sock God. You know, you got all kind of different gods, you know, and I'm not forcing mine on you. But if you ask me, you know, then I could share my opinion. But when people say things like, well, if he was God, why would he allow this to happen? And why would this tragedy happen? And why would that happen? Well, see, my thoughts are not his thoughts, and his thoughts are not my thoughts. But one thing you would have to admit, Mandrell, is you do believe in good deeds, right?
Oh, of course.
Well, then you would also have to believe that there are evil deeds. See, there's an opposite side to the spectrum. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I believe us as mankind, God has given us the ability to decide which way we would rather go. Now, he's mapped out some things for us, not just in the Bible, you know, some of it's in the dictionary. You know what I'm saying? You cannot limit this mammoth God to 66 books in the Bible. Come on, that's ridiculous. He's all knowing and all powerful. So you can't just limit him to 66 books that was canonized in the Bible, you know? So we are only going to know in part. We're only going to know a part of the story. You know what I'm saying? But the main point that I wanted to make was, you know, I can't judge God based on the bad things that happen here on earth.
If you go by the teachings of the church, you can.
Well, I'm just speaking from my humble opinion, you know, and my personal. This is my personal.
I get it. I get it. Your personal opinion, but
yeah, I'm sharing with you my personal relationship with God.
Okay.
And I don't see him as a person that is evil. Do you see what I'm saying? But he will allow evil things to take place because he's given all of us a will to do right and wrong. And there's a saying that I grew up with, and I don't know if many of you have grown up with it. You reap what you sow.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? If you live by the sword, you're going to die by the sword.
Some people have no problem with that, though.
And so I believe that we're a nation that has actually turned our back on God. But I don't want to get too deep into that. And don't take me wrong. I'm not a real religious person. Believe me, I have been in the church. I've had to decipher through all of the bullshit that they have taught us through the years. I have had to get in that word and try to decipher it and say, God, give me the answer. What does it mean when you say a good man's steps are ordered by the Lord? What does that mean? you know. And after I've witnessed all of the lies in the church, now I had to go back and regroup and read it again and get it for myself, because I can't trust all of that. So anyway, I didn't mean to get on and do all of that. I
No, that's
swear
all
I
right.
didn't.
No,
Oh,
I'm glad you
okay.
did.
That's cool.
Appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, I'm glad you did, Vaughn. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, but
I'm glad you did.
yeah, and I hear it a lot. I hear it a lot. You know, oh, well, if he's God, why would he allow disease and pestilence? You know, even the scripture says, if my people who are called by my name would humble themselves and pray, seek my face, turn from their wicked ways. And right before that, it says, if I send rain or send pestilence to devour the land. You see, if you go back and read that scripture, God is using an individual to actually send a word to the world. You know, so and this knowledge is, I don't believe this knowledge is just found only in the Bible, you know, and that's where the Christian folks are getting mad at me, because no, there's truth. You can find truth in the newspaper.
Right. That's my thing. People. I think that's where I get misunderstood at. I'm like, no, your knowledge. You're limiting yourself if you only stick to the Bible and only stick to the church. You're limiting yourself. There's a lot more out there to learn.
Exactly.
Because I know when I went through my phase where I was like, okay, none of this is real.
Yeah.
All of this is made up. God doesn't exist. All that. I went through my phase of that. And I had to come, you know, and I found myself coming back when I was looking through sources and doing research outside of church, outside of religion as a whole, outside of any religion. I found myself coming back, oh, okay. Because I've witnessed things myself where that will make you say, okay, God doesn't exist. But at the same time, I've witnessed things that say, okay, listen, oh, wait, if God doesn't exist, how do you explain this? You know what I'm saying? And this is something I can't argue with, because there are things I saw with my own eyes, and there are things that I've experienced. I'm like, okay, yeah, I said God don't exist, but I'm not indestructible. I'm just a man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not indestructible. How do I walk away from that? Now I have to. I'm like, now I got to answer for that I just witnessed and just went through. I'm like, there's no way I'm supposed to be walking around now. There's no way. I'm not supposed to be alive. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't walk away from that. That's impossible. So I mean,
when you thought those things, then who did you think was responsible for the questions that you had?
Well, I don't. Honestly, you could charge it up to dumb luck, the laws of physics. You can charge it up to God or whoever, but to who or whatever. But what the thing is, I couldn't explain that, and I couldn't rationalize it. And it happened there are things that happened, several things that happened, like during war, you know, after I divorced religion, after I divorced God, that made me come back and say, oh, wait, whoa, okay, then how do I deal with this? Because this is insane. I can't, there's things I'm like, I can't tell nobody this because no one will believe me. No one's going to believe, no one's going to believe that.
Well, you know what?
Then I started doing research, doing research with history and theology and all and other things, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, okay, so I see what the problem is. The problem ain't with God. He's around. He's doing whatever it is he's doing. And to top it all off, like, okay, this is the person who created all of reality. That's the reality that we observe and the reality that we don't. How in the hell am I going to ever understand that? You know what I'm saying? How can I understand that, honestly? So it's like, okay, the problem isn't with God. The problem is what we're being taught in church and how people interpret the Bible and preaching and all this other stuff. I'm like,
I agree.
That's it. That's where
that is the problem. That's the problem. Mandrell, I agree with you wholeheartedly. The problem is what we've been taught in this church, you know, and it's been like, you know, that game where people play the telephone and you whisper something in one person's ear, and then the other person translate it to the other person, and then the next person translate it to the next person. And by the time you get to the end, it almost has nothing to do with what the original topic was, you know. And so, like I said earlier in the chat, you know, I've seen it all in church, you know. And I don't like fake people and shysters, especially when you're trying to put God's name on it, you know. you know, and I believe that God exposes these people, and he will always expose these false, fake people in the church who are so pretentious, and they put on these fronts and these airs when they're just actually, I mean, listen, I've actually heard, tell me how foolish this sounds, you know, and I grew up with this type of upbringing, you know, here's the person in the pews, and then here comes the so-called preacher prophet person. And so they want to point you out and say, oh, come here, Sister Genesis, come here. God gave me a word for you. And so here comes Genesis, all innocent. And she has a sincere heart because she really wants a word from God. And so when she gets up there and she's in front of the whole church, because, you know, they want to make it seem to everybody that they know what they're talking about. And they say, well, Genesis, do you have any beans in your house? And then Genesis will sit and look and say, wow, beans? Yeah, I have a bag of beans. Well, the Lord spoke to me, and he wanted me to tell you to take 3 beans, only 3, not 4. So you get those 3 beans, and I want you to put 1 on your kitchen counter. I want you to put 1 in front of the television in the front room. And I want you to take the 3rd one and put it in the bathroom next to the shower. And God said he's going to bless you in 3 days. See, this is foolishness. Come on.
I brought up
what is that?
I brought up Reverend Ike earlier because I remember.
Okay, wait.
I remember.
Am I lying? Am I lying? Am I lying right now?
There are those that do that, but it's those
like,
things like that made me think like, okay, those folks are brainwashed, and whatever they're putting in through the air ducts, pumping in the air, or putting on them in those oils, that's what I don't want.
I don't like that. I don't.
I
learned, and so even to this day now, you know, I love church. I love the word. I love to feel in God's presence, but I'm really not an avid churchgoer like I used to be. You know what I'm saying? Because it is a lot of nonsense going on there, you know. And I have a church home here in California, in Gardena, you know, but I live stream it. I have to. I just want the word and not the other crap that goes with it. You know,
right?
And yeah, you know, it happened to me one time. You know, somebody called me out and wanted to give me a word one time, and they were saying, "Oh, God said take out your wallet." Now, at the time, I never carried a wallet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even really carry a wallet now, but I have one.
Take out your wallet. God said,
yeah, yeah. He said, take out your wallet, and I said, well, I don't have a wallet. Well, do you carry a wallet? No, I don't. I don't carry a wallet. I don't even like things in my pocket. You know, at the time, that's just how I was. You know, and it seemed like they still tried to twist it around to something else. It's like, come on, that's always not real. That's you're misrepresenting something that is so true and so valid. Always, and you're making mockery of it, and I can't stand when people do that, because now it leads so many people astray.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could have a mandrel that say, if this is what it's about, I don't want to be a part of that. See, and those people are going to be held accountable for their actions.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the crazy part. Like when it comes to stuff like that, you still have people. I'm like, you guys don't see the pattern here, the indoctrination of it all. And to Genesis' point, like she said, she thought black churches were brainwashed. To a degree, they are. To a much larger degree than people realize they are. The indoctrination and believing in this with no proof and no personal experience. You got people who never leave the church, never leave the Bible. And I'm like, how do you ever plan to grow if you don't pay attention to what's going on around you and watch how the world works and understand this thing for yourself? Like that's what happened to me. That's what brought me back around to believing in God. And my thing is, I just accepted the fact that there's a lot of things I don't know. Mm-hmm. There are things I'm never going to know, but I'm always seeking for answers. You know what I'm saying? I'm always looking for understanding and looking for answers, at all times. And I accept the fact that, see what they're teaching in church. This is not what's actually happening out here. This is quite the opposite, you know. And then again, like I said, I've seen some freaky stuff. I've been through some freaky stuff. Like, again, like I said, so sometimes I even question, like, am I a zombie? Like, am I in purgatory or something walking around? Because I still don't see how I walked away from several of those events. I'm like,
but you know what? You can't really allow it to shake your faith in God, though.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because you're gonna see a lot of chaos around you. This is the world we live in. So you're gonna see a lot of chaos.
Right.
You know, but don't let it shake your faith in who God is.
And here's the thing. Here's where it made me a well-rounded person. I accept chaos as a part of life. I accept death just as much as I accept birth. The two sides of the same coin. One's the beginning, one's the end. You know what I'm saying? And neither one of them are predictable. You know, you can get pregnant today and have a premature baby or have a late pregnancy. You don't really know. You know what I'm saying? You can make a pretty good educated guess, but even with that, even as good as medical science is with it, you don't really know. You know what I'm saying? Until the water breaks. Now you're like, oh, okay, it's coming. It's coming. Let's get to the hospital, get you in the bed, and wait for this baby to come, you know, because your water broke. And death, you certainly don't know when that's coming. I mean, you know, unless you decide to end it yourself. That's the only way you know. And then, you know, even then, there are people who make mistakes with that, end up staying here in worse shape than they were before they tried. So they tried to end it all. I mean, so it's a bag of cats, and you drive yourself crazy trying to understand certain things. So some things I learned to let go and let those answers come when they do, if they ever do. If they ever do.
They will.
Yeah, they will. The thing is, they may not, you know.
You have to learn or have to come to know God yourself.
Exactly.
Like, when I started the broadcast today, I started talking about my personal story last year, me losing my fiance and losing my mom. And that would have been the perfect time for me to walk away from my belief in God. Because after he had gone to the hospital, speaking of my fiance, after he had gone to the hospital, you know, I started praying, and I was praying for a positive outcome, and God said no. And at the same time, my mother is in the hospital. So I'm praying for her, and I'm praying harder, you know, and more often than I ever had. And God said no again. You know, that would have been the perfect time for me to say, hey, this God that I've been praying to, this God that I'm having faith in isn't real, because these things that I asked him for by way of, you know, wanting him healed, wanting her healed, I didn't get that.
And also,
I did the opposite. I just pressed in harder.
Gotcha. For me, what I did was, what I can't understand is, you said God said no, but my thing is this: 9 times out of 10, God doesn't say anything. He had nothing to do with it. That's just life. The thing is, that's just like the thing is in life. Some things just happen, and you have to leave room for human error in order to hold us accountable for the things that we do. Because you see it in church too. If you do something good, praise.
Let
me finish. If you see, and this is a simple way of thinking about it. When people say you did something good, praise God. God did this. God did that. Okay, cool. But when you do something bad, the devil made me do it. I'm like, okay, now where in this equation, if everyone else is doing everything, what did you do? If they were in control of this whole thing and made you do these things, so if they're the ones making you do these things, what did you do? Like, what decision did you actually have? What choice did you have? And if you have no choice, then no one can go to heaven or hell, because no one actually did anything right or wrong. You're not the ones making those decisions. So that's what my thing is. Like, someone could break into this house now and I could get shotgunned to death. God had nothing to do with that. That's just a human being made a human decision to come in my life for whatever reason. It could be no reason. It could be just because it's Monday.
I don't look at it that way. And I'm not the Bible scholar. I'm not the scripture quoter or nothing like that. But I do know that in the Bible, where it talks about the story of Job, you know, the devil went to God and asked for his permission, you know, to tempt Job. Or actually, it may be the other way around, that God suggested, what about my servant Job or whatever, or I can't remember. Anyway, the story of Job, where he was saying that he was going to curse God, after he had been tested. I looked at myself like that, because in that situation, like, we were all on the same course. Why was I spared? Why did I get saved and they didn't? My life was spared. But I did know that I know what my purpose is. And I knew that my purpose hadn't been fulfilled. Looking at the two of them, my mother, she had lived a great life. She was at the end, and she was actually setting me up. I can't say unknowingly, because I was resistant to it. When she's talking about, plans for after she's gone and things like that, and I would be dismissing her like, hey, I don't want to hear about that. You ain't going nowhere. You're going to be here for the next 20 years. She knew somewhere, whether it was in her spirit or what, that it was near the end. And she was trying to prepare me for when that time came.
Gotcha.
With my fiance, he and I had a conversation one day about, I would be on him, y'all see me smiling and, I'm like the perfect support of the man and all that. But I'm actually, I require a lot in a relationship, because I want the man to be their best. So I would be pushing him because I wanted him to be the best version of himself. And I would be asking him what his purpose was. And he didn't know his purpose, he said.
Well, here's the thing.
There was a day that he commented and said, well, maybe my purpose is just to get you through this divorce. And I said, what? But he actually did. When I was at my lowest point and I was going through, I was telling Brianna, and, when those attacks were coming, that was my comfort. That was my counsel during those times. He actually did get me through that period of my life. Now, we did enjoy some good times for a little bit after that, and then that was it.
Here's the thing with that, as far as purpose goes. Here's a realization. I came to the realization about purpose, and it's something that I've never heard any preacher, prophet, anyone, any religious person say this. But it's something that I realized, and it is one of the truths of life, right? And that's like everything has a specific nature, meaning characteristics of what it is. Insect, bees pollinate, bottom feeders on the sea keep things clean. Herbivores keep vegetation from getting out of control. Carnivores keep the population control. Everything has a specific nature, except one. Man, we're not specifically designed to do anything. Nothing specific. There are many things that we're capable of, but we're not designed to do anything specific.
I don't think so.
I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with that either.
I don't agree with that.
Let me finish. I get it.
Oh, it's okay. Go ahead.
Most people disagree with me on this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's why I say that.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. We are the only creature in creation that has the ability to create our own purpose. Here's the thing. That's the key to us. That's the one thing that makes us so much different from every other living creature in existence that we know of today. We have no one specific purpose. We create our own. That's why we have aptitude. Hold on. That's why we have aptitudes.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a quick question here, Mandrell. You said that we were created for no purpose at all.
No, we were created to create our own purpose.
Oh, okay.
We are the only creatures on earth who have that ability. A tiger doesn't have a choice but to be a tiger. A fish has no choice but to be a fish. But a bird has no choice but to fly.
Well,
but hold on. But us, we can eat meat. We can eat vegetation.
But
we can swim. We can invent creations to make us fly.
Right.
We can create tall skyscrapers. We can become mathematicians. We can become super athletes. We are not specifically designed to do specifically one thing. We create our own purpose. Now, what that purpose is It's up to us. We have aptitudes in various different things, and there's other things that we just flat out suck at that other people might be really good at. That's why we're so versatile.
Those are tied to their purpose. So when people have natural gifts and talents, do you think that's by happenstance?
Here's the thing. It's a luck of the draw with that, because they could have natural talents in that, but also natural talents in 12 other things or 2 other things. It varies from person to person. That's what makes us so unique. That's what makes us so unique.
From person to purpose.
See,
I can't get it out. I think purpose varies from person to person, but I think that's predetermined.
You're almost there, and it's not predetermined.
I agree.
Here's the thing.
I agree.
You're almost there. You're almost with me on this, and I think in a few years you will agree with me. Mankind. But here's the thing. Mankind is the only creature in existence who can make such a boast. We create our own purpose in life.
But that was the design. That's how God designed us, Mandrell. He gave us dominion over the animals and everything. Now, I believe in creation. So I'm a believer in the first man and the first woman. You see what I'm saying? So if the topic is kind of leaning off of that concept, then, I just basically disagree with that concept, because I believe in the concept of creation. I believe in the first man and the first woman.
And my philosophy,
that's
theory,
where my belief stems. That's the foundation of my belief. That's where it starts, in the beginning.
I get you. And my theory,
in the beginning,
that doesn't disprove
That
doesn't disprove my theory.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
No, in the beginning there was nothing.
Well, now see, so that's a good. Now this is a very good place to start, actually. See, we started the conversation way off in the middle, toward the end somewhere. Unless you start in the beginning, then we know where we stand.
Let me explain the beginning. Let me explain the beginning.
And believe me, Mandrell, I'm not trying to argue with you about this.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to get you.
I'm just basically having a conversation.
I know, and I'm just trying to get you to fully understand my philosophy on this.
I understand, because I've heard it. I've heard your philosophy before.
Right, and the thing is, in the beginning, God created everything, right? But everything needs balance. Okay, so that's why you have herbivores, carnivores, insects pollinating. You have all these things working in symbiosis.
But those are outside of the creator. That's outside of the creation of man.
Right, but here when it comes to man, he makes man. It's like, okay, he makes man. I'm going to make this creature. Everything has a purpose here. Everything is in working order.
And what if there's a creature? Lets us know what our purpose is.
I think that he made us.
Okay.
With the idea of, let me make a creature that can create its own purpose.
Okay.
Think of how magnificent that is. That's what makes us magnificent.
Some people call it free will.
And wholly unique from every other living creature. That's what makes us spectacular. Awesome. The fact that we are the only creatures who can create. And think of the genius of this. Think of the genius of creating something to come up with that idea. Everything is in working order. Everything's in balance. Everything has a purpose. What if I created a creature who can create its own purpose? Let me create this. Gives it some ground rules, and gives it some ground rules, and see what it does.
Well, now that what you just said makes a lot of sense.
That's my philosophy.
And that's exactly how God created us.
I was with him up until the whole create its own purpose part.
Yeah, that part I didn't understand. That create your own purpose. Yeah. But I do understand what you're saying.
The thing is, and
some people will argue semantics of, well, what you're really talking about is free will. You hear people talking about this free will,
maybe
that God gave us the ability to have. Maybe. In other words, he didn't create a being that just is a robot and says, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. But he gave us a decision. Like there's a scripture that says, hey, I set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Now, I would that you would choose life. This is God speaking. I would that you would choose life, over the death. but I'm going to
Right.
set before you these things. Now, I would that you would choose life, and we all know life is in him, but that that's my belief,
Right.
but I don't
That's my
believe that
thing.
we're
I don't think we get to choose our own purpose though, because
That's what but the
where
Genesis
I
observable
am,
reality, we do it every single day. We make
no,
yes,
no.
we make a conscious decision to rather be a doctor, be a soldier. Me, I'm a perfect example of it. I've always been capable of doing anything.
So do
I
you
could have been a
believe in
doctor. I could have been
I
a
do you
feel
lawyer.
you there. I
I
feel you
chose to be a
there.
warrior.
Okay,
I
so do
chose
you
to,
believe in predestination? Do you believe in that
Yeah.
at all?
no, I don't at
Oh,
all.
okay. Well,
I
see
At
I
all.
now.
I wanted to go in a totally different direction.
I'm
I
sorry.
didn't you couldn't have told me that by the time I'm 48 now. You couldn't tell me that by the time I was 48 I would be the mother of 4 kids. I would be
Amen.
divorced and I would be on YouTube, chatting with 5 people.
You couldn't have told me I was going to be on
This
YouTube
wasn't
ever.
it. I was
That's
planning
it.
on being a childless bachelorette who would be traveling the world.
And see, Genesis, that's just what I was saying earlier. Our steps are ordered. I believe
Yeah.
that our steps are ordered by God. And they're predestined. But at the same time, it's hard to explain it. But at the same time, we
Yeah.
do have our own, free will. We can choose to do right and choose to do what is the opposite of doing what's right,
My
and he
thing is
left
this.
us with that. And
I
then there's
remember
consequences of, doing the right thing and doing the wrong thing. So
Yes.
I remember when I was very early on to this philosophy, people's like, well, maybe you're not doing what God wants you to do. I'm like, if he wants me to do something, then why did he give me free will and not tell me what to do? Well, the Bible says,
He
well, the
allows you to
Bible,
bump your head. He allows you to bump your head. It's like we go down a career path. Okay, I want to do
mhm.
this. So then we go work this job. And then I think I believe in divine appointments or divine connections. So let me say this. He may have just put you at that job to meet a particular person, to make that connection. Once you make that connection, your time is up in that place. And then you move on to
Exactly.
somewhere else. And whether you go willingly, okay, I met this person. Now I'm going to quit this job and move on somewhere else. If you don't do that, then you wind up fired. So then you're forced to go in another direction so that you get to your next divine appointment.
I was gonna that's good, because our purposes can change from day to month, from month to year. God may want you to
now that sounds chaotic. That does not sound like a God who knows what he's doing.
I don't.
well, wait a minute. Let me I didn't even get to explain that
My
concept.
bad. Go ahead.
I mean, and I'm just, hey, I'm thinking just like you are. We're all
Yeah.
thinkers, because see, I can't really fathom what infinity is. So I'm not going to sit here and act like that I'm able to do that. My mind can't even comprehend infinity, because my mind is finite, right? Do you know what I'm saying?
No, not
So,
really.
okay. Well, what I was saying was this: purposes can change from month to month, year to year, decade to decade, because God can use you in one area for several months. And when that time is up for you to be used by him in that way, he may send you on to another assignment. Do you see what I'm saying? And I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
I understand
But
what
it could be
you're saying.
it could be a
understand
different
exactly what you're
Yeah, I
it could
saying.
be
understand.
a
I understand
different
exactly what he's saying.
assignment. And a lot of times we get caught up in, because we did this one thing really good, that this is what we're supposed to do for the rest of our lives. But at the same time, no, I mean, a purpose is not just from, this is just my opinion, but from a child all the way up to I'm 60 now, I have served many purposes, Mandrell, being on this planet for 60 years.
Yeah.
16 years ago, I began to serve the purpose of being a father. That was a purpose, huh?
Yeah, and you chose to do another one.
Do you see what I'm saying? But
and you
prior
chose a
to that,
different one.
but prior to that, I was not a father.
Okay.
I wasn't
Wow,
a
that's
husband.
interesting.
Wasn't
No,
a
but
husband.
and the thing is, you chose to be a father. You could have just left like the other deadbeats do. You
Well,
chose that as your purpose. You chose your purpose to be a father for a time. Even if that time is for the rest of your life, to be a father, you chose to be one. And you wake up every day choosing to be a husband. You choose it.
I believe the purpose of mankind
You,
is
I
to
think
really
God
love.
pushes you in that direction. God pushes you in that direction. Like I didn't have any plans when I was younger for children. But now that
got
I'm
you.
a mother, I live and breathe my kids.
Right.
Isn't that something?
But you choose to do that. You can wake up to you could end
No,
this
I
stream
think
right now.
that's where I think that was already predetermined.
No,
I believe it was already predetermined
I
too.
had my idea of what I was gonna do,
Yeah,
and God
I had
said,
no
"No,
idea
she's
either.
gonna be doing something else."
No, you made a
It's
choice to have unprotected intimacy with someone, and biology took
No, I
hold,
mean, we
and
know
that's
how
what
the
happened.
kids got
Right,
here.
and
We
the
know
I
thing,
mean,
and
are they not the
ultimately,
same? I mean, aren't they not the same kind of ideal in general? You're saying that they're saying that they feel like you. So y'all feel like this path was already carved for you? Do you feel like you take
I think
any
the path was
other
already carved for me.
but see, that's the way
like
to take
detail by
responsibility off yourself.
Well,
detail,
because I based
detail by
that on like
detail, or just
well, like what Genesis was saying, because I believe the scripture,
uh-huh.
he said, before you was in your mother's womb, I knew you.
Right.
So
But-
even so, if that is a true concept about God,
uh-huh.
and
it's
he
not.
knew that people would call me Vaughn, and this
Uh-huh.
would be who I am, then
Mhm.
there's got to be some type of predestination.
No, there isn't. Just
Okay.
because he knew,
Okay,
because he
well,
knew who you were going to
I mean,
be,
I
doesn't change the fact
What do
that
you think, Brianna? What do you
you
think?
have your own. You
what
can
do
create
I
your own
think?
purpose.
I
I
have
mean,
this
it's an interesting
crazy
topic.
idea. I have this crazy idea that a lot of times okay, so I believe that heaven, the heavenly realm, the realm in which God exists and other spirits and beings exist, has its own order and way of things and rules and principles in which you have to move. And some of this is because I've seen it in practice, and I've just, God is a God of order. And so I believe there are certain rules and way things work. I actually believe to be born into this realm of existence, which is earth, we're all the manifestation of a possibility in God's mind. So we all exist in the mind of God
Fascinating.
when we're here on earth.
Fascinating concept.
And so we are all born as a potential. God is infinite. He is all things. He's in all of us. He is all possibilities. If you're talking about quantum mechanics and string theory, even, right? Infinity in God would be the manifestation of all possible outcomes. That's what God would be. And so I believe each of us, we exist inside the mind of God. And so we are each a possibility. Each one of us are a possibility in the way in which this existence and time could go. And so that's what I believe we are. So in a sense, it's like, I don't know if y'all have ever seen the Avengers Endgame, where Doctor Strange is like, there's only one way we can beat this person, but he went through like all these millions.
He went through like 4 million different possibilities.
Yeah, I believe each one of us
and
would
he
be
found
like
just one.
Each one of us would be like that. Like each one of us is a possible way in which it could go. That's what I believe.
Interesting.
That's a fascinating concept. Very fascinating.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Now, I don't have all the answers because I only know in part. So I have to admit that about the humanistic aspect of myself. I'm spirit and I'm human at the same time. So I don't know everything, though. You know what I'm saying? So I only base what I'm saying basically on what has been revealed to me and also what I've been taught.
And so that's why I was saying that I think they both could be true if we're all like a manifestation of a possibility. Then in some degree, yes, you do have free will of how your life will go. But it's just like in quantum mechanics, it's like, how can you even think about all possibilities existing, right? That would be like infinity, of like, we can't even envision what every possibility would look like. So in a way, it's like it is carved out in the sense of you're on a path of a possibility. Like Dr. Strange said, like you're one of the possibilities. So like he could see how it needed to play out every step of the way for it to go that way. So I think in a sense it's like, yeah, you could say our paths are carved if that's the sense. But at the same time, like Dr. Strange said, I can't tell you the path because then it would kind of mess up the path, right?
Yeah, like
so,
he told Tony Stark, he's like, the one you saw that worked, is this it? He said, is this it? He said, if I tell you, it won't work.
And that's
if I tell
what
you,
I feel
if I tell you, then it won't come true. And he couldn't tell anybody.
So
You're
like
right. He couldn't tell anybody. Because if you know your future, you might do something to deviate from that.
And that's why I like to stick to the simple things, because these philosophical thoughts and concepts and things that we're talking about are good. It's a good conversation. I'm enjoying it. You know what I'm saying? But see, I realize that my mind only goes so far. You know, I know I know about theology. I know what theology is, but I'm not a theologian. You know, I only even know those scriptures in part. You know, but I have based my faith on these scriptures, so I try to keep it simplistic. You know what I'm saying? Like, love your brother, and you know, don't go around stealing and beating folks over the head, and treat your sisters with love, and don't down talk them. Always stand up for them and respect them. You know, just little principles. And they're not complicated concepts. Do good and love one another. Those are the things I like to concentrate on, you know, because we can get in these deep conversations, guys, and you know, we do it, and you know, a lot of us try to, you know, figure out how high we can go, but your mind is on your mind. All of our minds are limited. It's limited.
It just doesn't have, for me, it just doesn't have to be that deep. Like, I'm not the theologian. I'm not the scripture holder, Bible toter, none of that. Because I think when they try to be too deep, like
too deep,
how does it say you're so heavenly bound, you're no earthly good?
Nope. Yep.
Like,
that I love that statement.
That for me. It doesn't take all that. It's as simple as what you said. Be a good person. You know, do good. Don't crack nobody over the head. I mean, this is stuff that we should know. That's just common sense
basic
to me.
Moral, basic
to
moral
me.
principles.
But why do you have to try to appear to be so deep and so super spiritual in order to accomplish that? Like,
I think people get that because with the whole religious age that we
the whole
like
church folk thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's where we're just coming out of this, where people literally died if they didn't believe what these people were telling them to believe, you know? And I think that's why people kind of still have that, like...
Listen, I mean,
want to hold them to task for that. Like, people still want the church to answer for that. And people, I mean, I just feel that energy of people just wanting to hold them to task. Like, okay, what about all these years y'all was killing folks who didn't agree with y'all? And now we understand that everybody don't know nothing and we chill now, but like y'all still need to be held account, you know. I think that's just kind of the energy of people. Like, a lot of people have had bad run-ins with the church, and it feels like Mandrill saying it is always nobody's perfect, and it's like, okay, but still, like, I'm not perfect, but I'm not out here holding people to a standard that I'm not living myself.
Right.
Exactly. And so see, that's the point right there, Brianna. That's the point.
That's it for me. I have to be perfect, but you're not perfect.
Yeah. And so you know, that's foolishness. You know, it actually it's being judgmental is what it is.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna give you guys a quick example of something that is judgmental to the 100th power. So some good friends of mine back home.
Hey, Big Bad Bull.
Hey y'all. I'm in Oklahoma now, but born and raised in Chicago. And so one of my daughters, my oldest daughter's not football. Jeez, I'm mixing them up with my boys. One of the basketball parents, the dad came into the ministry at like 25 years old. His work consumed him, so he kind of fell back from it. He was blessed with his own church 2 years ago, and out in Joliet, Illinois. And this church was beautiful. It was great. The former pastor took ill, didn't pass, thank God, he's still alive. But he decided that, okay, I'm 70 now. Let me step down and let this young brother go ahead and take over, because he didn't have any sons. He had daughters.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was in a blended family, but the stepsons, they had no interest in running the church. So the whole family supported that my friend took over the church, he and his wife and their family. Now here's where it gets tricky. For 2 years, this was his church. Just this past, right around August, he gets a phone call. Now this pastor, my friend, is the father of 2 girls. The oldest daughter, who was my oldest daughter's former teammate, she came out as being a lesbian. Okay. We all saw it during the high school years. We saw the masculinity, never judged her. Her parents knew what it was. She went away to college. She had a few girlfriends. Even though she went to prom and did the girly thing, she still identified as being gay. And so at 21, 22, she finally sets the parents down. Hey, look, this is what it is. Now, I got a girlfriend. If she's not welcome to Thanksgiving dinner, no problem. I just won't bring her, but I'm coming. The parents, they love their girls. So they said, no problem. I'm just going to use Sheila as the name. Sheila's welcome. Sheila's welcome to come by. Sheila could even spend the night because Sheila lived in Florida. So if she's flying in, that's cool. But y'all can't sleep in the same room together. You know what I'm saying? So they respected those boundaries. Here's where it gets tricky. The daughter, because she's away at school all this time, her indiscretions per the church, her sin per the church was never exposed to the church. She then has graduated college, comes back to Illinois, goes to barber college, decides to go in a whole different direction, and she becomes a well-known barber in the Joliet area. Now she wants to renew her relationship with God and starts coming to Daddy's church. The deacons, the bishops under this Baptist umbrella, they get together and they come on a Sunday as my boy's taking the podium and begins to give the scripture. We're coming from Psalms 37 chapter, whatever it was. 12 men stand up and say, we're sorry, hold on a second. There will not be church as scheduled today. And they walk him out of his church.
Because his daughter is a lesbian.
They demand that he makes a choice.
Really?
He was going to make. He had to make a choice between continuing to pastor the church and or make his daughter, who's sitting there in the congregation, leave, and she could not be a member of the church. They said it was going to be setting the wrong example for the community and the church, and it was an embarrassment. So he had a choice to make.
What choice did he make?
He politely got his gather. He politely took the keys, because I understand the locks have been changed, so it's his church. And so his brothers, who are his deacons, were not a part of this. This is all he said he was wondering, like, Dobin, I was wondering, I'm thinking, wow, Pastor Johnson, Pastor Stokes, Pastor, Brown, they not at their own church this morning. He's wondering, like, they came to fellowship with us. You know what I'm saying? This is great on a first Sunday. And he went and locked his office because he didn't have time to gather his televisions. He didn't have time to get his computers together. He didn't have time to get his files, but he was able to lock his office until he said, I'll be back tomorrow. And he said he had to suck up the tears because he said he felt that frog right here. And he grabbed his wife. He took his daughters by the hand and they hugged each other and they walked out the door.
And that's the exact same thing I would have done. And
the city of Joliet had a parade in their honor and they embraced them. And he said he had his family over everything.
How you gonna tell me that I have to put my daughter out because of whatever her indiscretions are when you got your own? Let me be nice about it.
And that's my problem that I have with church.
And guess what has happened?
No sin is greater than the next.
God has taken that church down. Church is not what it seems like it was on that first Sunday. He began to pray. He He said, I don't believe in reading the scripture against, because he believes that that's witchcraft. I'm not about to rereading 37 Psalms on you so that God let something happen to you. He didn't do that.
These people
he just said, God, he said, let your will be done.
This
on
is
the
why I don't
microphone,
go.
and he
This is why I
walked
don't
out.
go.
And do you know that church is not standing? It's not open right now.
Church
It
drama.
should be closed.
Church drama.
Yeah.
There's plenty of
It
church
should
drama.
be closed.
Yeah, they walked
Plenty
the
of
man
church
out.
drama. And I understand, like, to some degree what they mean. For me, where the confusion comes in is none of us are perfect. We're doing something, whether we are, overeating. Gluttony is a sin. So if you are living right in every way, seemingly, but you're overeating, then you're sinning just like the person who committed murder, right?
Exactly.
So how can you look at that? How can you look down on that person because by society standards, their sin is more egregious than yours? That's what I take issue with the church.
I take big issue with
and
that.
here's the kicker. That young lady who came out, the daughter, one of the because she didn't just wake up and become a homosexual. She didn't wake up and say, I'm gay. She was the girly up until the age of 13. Something happened. What happened? Okay. So y'all have heard of children's church, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh,
so
yeah.
she's in children's church and she's reading to the children. There's this church that they belong to that she grew up in with her parents was a bigger church in Joliet. Now, children's church is in the basement. So when the pastor gets up, that's when the babies exit, or when they first come in, whatever their protocol is, the kids are dismissed. So you got the infant room, you got the teen room, and then you got the room with the middle age, the elementary school kids. Check this out. She was molested at that church.
Well, you see,
and was being molested for over a year by one of the deacons that walks her daddy out.
Wow. And that experience with men turned her off to men.
Yeah.
So then she went to the women.
Because she trusted, she became silent, that she told them when she got to be about 20, she was like, I want to tell you guys something, but I don't. She said she honestly had him, she could not say his name. She could not say his name for years, and she sees him as they're leaving and walking down the aisle to go out the church. And he smiles at her and does this. Now, there's no statute of limitations in Illinois against that crime. So they did what they had to do. And of course, I don't know what happened since then, but yeah. So there's a lot going on in the churches. And it's not just the Catholic Church. That's what I'm getting to.
No, it's not.
There's
the
a misnomer that the molestation and the sexual predators are only in the Catholic churches, and that's not true.
It's not true.
When
I was young, a very young boy, I was violated in the church. So I can attest to what Dubeni is saying. You see what I'm saying? And I didn't know what that was, because you're a child. You don't know what's what, if it's right or wrong, or what an adult is doing. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so
did you ever tell anybody or no?
You know what? I didn't say anything to anyone, I believe, until I was about 31 years old. I internalized that, and I had a very hard time growing up, even through my teens. You know what I'm saying? I almost dropped out of school, but thank God I was able to get through high school, and then later on be productive as far as a person working, but ending up with meeting the wrong people, in Chicago. See what I'm saying? Ended up getting on drugs. You know what I mean? So, I have a testimony, but it didn't shake my faith, because I always kept trying to move toward, because of the foundation of the way I was taught about the word in church. This is what helped me to hold on Do you see what I'm saying? And believe me, I grew up angry. I didn't have a dad in the home. My mom raised me herself. And so just the whole thing of finally going to middle school and learning what had actually happened to me, just listening to my peers speak, and I'm like, oh my God, that happened to me, but I can't say nothing about it. So yeah, man,
and that's why
these things are going on.
She said it happened in the church, so she didn't want to bring shame to the church by telling that she was being violated while this deacon who was she was 12 and he was 17. And just to tell you, per Illinois law, he would have got charged as an adult.
Yeah.
So she lived with that all of her adult life. She's 30 years old now, and her dad, she told him that they went to dinner, and she was like, the person that violated me was standing right there. Once she spoke up, it turned into something totally different than this man's gotten walked out of church. They've now found out through her testimony that this man, a well-known deacon / elder in the church, had violated about 7 to 8 other girls.
Ain't that something?
That's usually how it happens.
And so I think it's just horrendous.
Yeah.
I've been married to my wife now for 20 years. And me and her, just being with her and being able to open up to someone who loves you. You know what I'm saying? That was a tremendous help for me. And it was very, what do you call that when something is, there's a word, I can't think of it right now.
Cathartic.
Yeah, there you go.
Cathartic.
Very cathartic for me. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And because, I'm 60 now. And so you'll be surprised how some of these things, these issues that you've had from your youth, you can carry them all the way up and in your life. You know what I'm saying? So I've learned how to break away from it. First I had to learn how to forgive because I was a very angry person. There was a time where I didn't even think I would, and I always desired a wife and kids. But there was a time where I never thought that would happen. Wow. So when I met my
wife, what changed? What changed? I need. Let's stick right here. I want to get into this.
Because he doesn't have a wife or kids.
You've always desired a wife, right?
Oh yeah. I mean,
but at the same time, you thought that, But at the same time, you thought that this wouldn't happen because I've always wanted a wife too. But I chose the path of a warrior, even though I was scholastically I always excelled. You know what I mean? So my parents wanted me to be an academic, be something, do something with my mind. I chose to mix both. You know what I mean? I had a passion for combat sports, and I chose the life of a warrior. So that was time consuming, and I looked back and I did a lot of work for King and Country, and where did it get me? An empty house. So what changed? Like from the time you thought it wouldn't happen to the time that you got married and wife?
What changed for me is because of my upbringing, and be fruitful and multiply, and you want to marry someone that's in the church. You know what I'm saying? You know how we grow up in the church. And when I became old enough to date with a purpose, none of those relationships worked out. And I was so tired of just being that good person, and none of these relationships were working out. They just weren't working out. So I ended up leaving the church, and I turned into this dog type of person, where you just want to smash and dash. You see what I'm saying?
You went through
Vaughn, you telling me? Wait, you telling me?
Go ahead,
you telling me? Right, Vaughn, you telling me that a man of faith such as yourself, so devout, was once for the streets? Surely
Well, yeah,
you do not
because
jest.
well, listen, we fall down, but we get up.
Hey, come on now.
You like to listen to him.
We fall down, but we get up.
And listen, he
And
said
so,
it so soft as he usually does.
yeah,
Now we fall down, but we do get
but
up.
we get up. We get up.
Get
That's
up.
how
But
Mom was
but
getting
the
them ladies with that.
but the getting up process,
Right?
Smooth talk.
yeah. But that whole getting up process was a very lengthy process. You see what I'm saying? And I literally had to get in the muck and the mire, And before I moved back here to California, I lived in Chicago, and of course, the drugs had beaten me up at the time. I can get deeper into that later, but I knew I didn't have a choice but to leave. I believe I left Chicago and was living in Joliet actually for a moment. And then I came back here because my mom is out here. And on that train ride home, that's when God spoke to me. It was kind of like the prodigal son. If anybody knows that story, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was so true to life to me on that train ride home. I had accomplished so much in Chicago. I had become a dialysis technician. I had a beautiful apartment. I was a musician. I'm playing the keyboard and I sing and blah, 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 blah. And when I left to come back here, I only came back with one bag and the clothes that was on my back. And that was due to crack.
Wow. So wait, you lost everything?
I had lost everything and ended up with this mad woman. You see what I'm saying?
Wow.
So my life had turned the way my life turned topsy-turvy, and for God to allow me enough sense, like the prodigal son said, let me get up from here and go back to my father's house. And in my case, it was my mother's house. And on the train ride home, wow, man, it took 2 days for me to get there. Yeah. And I really didn't pack a good lunch, y'all. So it's almost, I had to fast for a couple of days before I got out here.
Wow.
That's how far gone. You see what I'm saying? But God spoke to me and he let me know that the last crazy woman I was with, that he had a woman for me. He's preparing me for my actual wife. And I could actually hear that. It wasn't an audible voice of, hey, Vaughn, I know you're on the train. You know what I mean?
Small voice.
But he spoke to me. And so I had a hope, not knowing whether or not it would take place or not. And sure enough, as I started to establish myself here, and when I first had got back here and established myself, and I hope you guys don't mind me sharing this story. But anyway, as I started to establish myself here, of course, because you got to look for jobs. And I already had a career. I wasn't one of those type of, I was very functional. You know what I'm saying? So you would never know that I was using a substance because, I was real functional with it, but what you do in the dark will come to the light. I'm going to tell that story on a different time. Okay. But anyway, looking for jobs, going on interviews. And I went on one interview and that voice spoke to me again. And he said, your wife is in this vicinity. And I said, wow, so in my mind, it's like, well, do I look from door to door? No, it wasn't that type of thing. It's just, I had a knowing that I'm going to meet my wife in this area of where I had just got this new job. And sure enough, my wife, we were both working on the same job as dialysis technicians. Wow. And that's how I met my wife. So God is good, man. I don't know why I'm telling y'all all my business, but
hey, listen, because the book of Genesis makes it easy. We telling real stories over here.
Yeah,
and your story is gonna bless somebody else.
I hope so, man.
Your story is gonna bless somebody else.
Like Mandrell said, what changed? What changed? You know what changed? The thing that changed was me. Yeah, that's what changed. In order for me to, and you know what, to be honest with you, when I met my wife and knew that that was my wife, I wasn't really ready at the time. You see what I'm saying? I didn't go to good rehab.
So wait, you had to go to rehab in California after you left.
I never went to rehab. Never went to rehab.
Wow. I don't know about that. I don't know if it's gonna work for me, Vaughn. I like being me.
No, but I'm just saying. But at the time, because sometimes you can leave. A lot of people think because you leave the area, like I'm getting out of Chicago, I'm getting out of here.
You carry your problems with you, though.
It's the same devil. It's the same devil 3,000 miles away.
Yeah, if you don't deal with them, you're gonna carry your problems with you.
Yeah, so I did good the first 30 or 40 days or so. And then I was right back at it.
Wow.
And so when I knew that the woman in front of me was actually my wife, and I'm like, God, why would you? This is very cruel. I'm not in the right place to have a wife or to even try to pursue this young lady. I've got issues. But since I knew it was her, I did it anyway. And these things did come to light during the relationship. And it was because of that woman's love for me. I ain't gonna cry and speak in tongues. but it was because of that woman's love for me, because she loved me. See, love covers a multitude of sins. And I knew it. I had to, in order for me to continue with this blessing, there had to be a change. And of course, my pride, I couldn't go to Bishop Jones. My pastor was Bishop Noel Jones.
Wow. Now, I don't know if you were listening when I told my story at the beginning, right?
I was all into that, Genesis.
When I told the story, Bishop Noel Jones was the preacher from California that was in Chicago that I heard.
Oh, I know. I knew. I was feeling it when you were talking about it.
Yeah, I didn't want to say the name of like this particular pastor from California, but yeah, it was Bishop Noel Jones.
But here's the thing, I just thank God, and I can't really say, if you would go back, would you change anything about it? Man, if I changed one thing about what I went through, I probably wouldn't be in the situation that I'm in now. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's like God ordered my steps. I had to go through all of that to get to here, and so I appreciate everything that I've been through, every single thing to get me to this point. My son, he's 16 years old right now.
You hear that, Mandrell?
He's 16.
He's 60. His son is 16. Do the math.
Yeah, I know.
I've been married 20 years.
Him and his wife 20 years. So
I gotta ask you a question, man. do you always talk this way? Like,
yes.
I mean, like even at home, do you ever talk? All right, now it's time to do your homework.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you.
You have to
now,
get up and get ready for school tomorrow.
I like to keep peace.
Important, son.
I like to keep peace, man.
Wife, I'm gonna wash the dishes tonight. You don't worry about it. I'm gonna take care of everything for you tonight, okay? It's so like
you know what?
That's
all right.
The most calming voice.
But you know what? A kind word turns away wrath.
Yeah.
And so I try to maintain that. Now, am I perfect with that? A lot of times, no. I've been on some panels where I look back and I hit the rewind button. I say, wow, brother, you were going there right then. But for the most part, I'm trying to, even at this age, I'm learning how to master my temperament, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't think that ever leaves anyone. I think we're
and it's like a constant learning of how to do it. Now, at this age, listen, I'm 60. I do not have time to be running around yelling at people, man. My breath is precious.
And you don't want your pressure up.
I don't feel like wasting it like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But now
Right.
if you do the wrong thing, yeah, I can raise my voice now and I can get real ghetto with it.
Huh. You can get these hands too.
You know, but
Get these pawpaws
but
and
but
the meats.
but for the main reason of raising a son, I do want him to see how to maintain how he sees me treat his mother, how he's never heard me raise my voice at his mom.
Mhm.
Now I've raised my voice at him.
Mhm.
Because that happens, boy, get away from there, and then now he's
Mhm.
16. So even the way that I have to deal with him now is a little bit different than when he was younger. So yeah, but it's not always that smooth, Mandrell, believe me. My wife has a good nickname for me, and it's called asshole.
Oh,
So
Oh my
I
gosh.
think we've all been called. If you're a man, I
she
think you've been
calls me
called
that
that.
under her breath.
I think we've all been called that. I mean, and it's just simply like you can just tell a woman no if it's something she really wants to do, and like, well, why not? Then explain to him why. Yeah, okay, we plan to do this, that, and the other, right? Yeah. Well, if we start spending money on this now, then but we can make it up for it. No, one thing at a time. I mean, if you want that, get a second job and save up the money for it.
Oh Lord. Are you
Mm.
cheap,
And then do it.
Andrell?
No, I'm not. With myself, yeah, I really normally just buy what I need. Like there are people who come to my
That's me
apartment.
too.
The thing is,
Yeah.
people come to my apartment. They're like, "Hey, how long have you lived here?" And I'll tell them how long. They're like, "I'm like, why do you ask?" Well, like you just moved in. I'm like, you don't even have a kitchen table. I'm like, I live by myself. Why do I need a kitchen table? I have an island in the kitchen that serves
You eating
well.
on the floor,
No, I have an
in the
island in the kitchen.
bed.
I'll eat right here. No, I don't. No, I don't eat in the bed at all.
Okay.
At all. The bed is for sleep and sex. That's it.
Well, if
Okay,
I could say this,
you're not
because
gonna.
I'm gonna have
Hold on.
to,
I
I'm
have
gonna have to
1,000
get
gray
off in
count
a
sheets
minute.
on my bed,
Okay.
and I want crumbs in there. I like to
Okay.
slide into my sheets and be comfortable.
Vaughn got some parting words because he
Go
said
ahead,
he has
Vaughn.
Go ahead.
But yeah, a lot of these things that I'm sharing, even today. Now, some of these things that I just said today, I have not even shared nowhere on YouTube.
Well,
But see,
thank
the
you for
thing,
sharing it with the book of
Aw.
Genesis first.
I've never
Wow.
even shared these things before. But you know what though? It's it's nothing that I should be embarrassed about.
At
You know what
all.
I'm saying?
Not
These are
at
things
all.
that I went through, and I can tell you how to hold on just a minute. Hold on just a minute.
Oh.
That's why I'm here, y'all. This story like that is why I'm here, and that's why I'm gonna come back, because somebody who has now Vaughn done been on, I don't know how many panels he done been on. Every panel I've been on, I've seen him in the comments. I've
I'm
seen
Right.
moderating.
him
Yeah,
Yeah,
come
yeah.
I'm
back
Vaughn's
moderating.
around.
every now and then. Right, he's the moderator everywhere. I've not heard his story. He doesn't cam up often.
I know.
But
I've
he
never seen him
came here
cam
and
up.
I will
shared his
eventually.
story.
Eventually, I will.
But I believe, I told y'all, I believe in divine appointments. He was meant to be here today sharing
Mm.
his story with us. And somebody is going to see this stream, whether it's today, tomorrow, next week, because it'll be on YouTube forever. They're going to hear his story and be motivated or inspired by his story.
Yeah, I hope so. Like I said, it's not easy to. Like I said, this is the first time that I've shared some of these stories that I'm telling you all today
Mhm.
on YouTube. But I don't think that there's a reason to be ashamed about that, because, like I was saying before, that somebody knocked on the door. But these are life stories that could possibly help someone.
Yeah.
Because they may want to reach out to me and say, hey, I had a problem with that too. Well,
Mhm.
how did you stop doing that? What what was the method? You know what I mean? Or how did you deal with being violated? How did you overcome that? And it's time for me to tell the stories. I don't have to be graphic about it, But at the same time, I can definitely put it out there, and hopefully that it does help someone, and so I appreciate you allowing me to do so. I seen my brother get up here, Brother Mandrell. So, I didn't want to leave him up here by himself, but
with the ladies.
And he was doing a good job, though. He's doing a great job.
Thank you for being courageous enough to share and be transparent with everybody, because not everybody is that brave. Truly,
that's true.
Truly. People will hide their stories and take them to the grave with them because they fear judgment from other people. But this is a no judgment zone here. I don't have no heaven or hell to put nobody in, and I don't believe anybody else does. So ain't nothing that you can say over here, at least on this platform, where you got to feel like you have to be ashamed of it.
Well, I appreciate that. And I've seen you as well, Genesis, on different panels and how you carry yourself and, and how you don't allow them to pull you into to a lot of bullshit, because some of it is, come on, let's be honest about it.
It is.
and I love your facial expressions sometimes, because it's like, I can read it because you're saying, well, nah, they're not going to pull me up in that.
No, stay out that one.
Yeah, but your perspectives, I agree with everything. So thank you again, and I'm going to go on because Uncle Stu, I believe Uncle Stu is coming on. I'm supposed to be moderating.
Yeah, I'm coming over to Uncle Stu. I'm going to wrap it up soon. I got to go.
Well, he's going to be talking for a while before anything jump off. So
I know.
But he's doing something with Luke Hazley.
We have to make the rounds and support the other content creators, because everybody is doing good stuff in these YouTube streets. And Mandrell gonna be out there in a couple days because he's debuting his show in 2 days.
Yeah, Wednesday.
Okay, now
I'm definitely gonna be there, brother,
on the Black Man Unfiltered Network.
Yeah, I'll be there.
That's cool.
Yeah,
congrats.
Yeah, I got my own show now, apparently.
All right, but you guys have a blessed day.
You too. Thanks for stopping by.
I will be back again.
Bye, Vaughn.
No problem.
See you later, bye.
Nice talking to you, Vaughn.
All right, bye.
Yeah, I'm like you all. You'd have told me I'd have been on YouTube 6 months ago. I'd have told you you're crazy.
Listen,
now, I'd have told you you're crazy on YouTube.
In the frame, look, I got a point that way. Wait, which the woman in the frame next to me knows some of my stories, but that's about as far as they went. Like I never, people on social media thought that I was giving them like a play-by-play of my life, and that was so far from the truth. I was hiding in plain sight, essentially. I never in a million years would have thought that I would have been here, with people seeing my face and hearing, my stuff, my mess like that. Wasn't gonna be me, and now it is me.
Yeah, never say never.
I know, right?
Yeah, you can never say never. It's the same. Yeah. I think it's new. I think it's, I don't know.
I gotta head out.
Okay, see you, Mandrell.
All right.
Thanks for stopping by.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Later.
Yeah, I think it's just that time. I think a lot of people are getting into it. And I think it's good, because I think authenticity needs to be seen, especially in the Black community. I do think that it heals a lot of our problems. So I think that's good.
I said that, and I've created so many videos, but then I would never post them. I'm gonna post some of those old videos at some point. I don't know when, but in Black households, we raise our kids to be this way. A lot of us were raised to be that way, that what goes on in your four walls stay in your four walls. You don't talk about what happened in this house outside in the streets. And we be hiding, and that's the reason why we don't get help, because everybody is fearing judgment from people who are, might get wind of what's happening at home when they probably got something similar or something worse going on in their house.
Yep. Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
I think it's good. I think it's time to, and then like we always talk about, Black people are not a monolith, but it's like for so long, normal people were not out in the forefront for people to see. So it was just like nobody but to see what was given to them, which is usually negative in people. So I like seeing, more. And even though like the people in this sphere, I don't know if it's some offshoot of the manosphere they say. I don't really know. But the reason I came supported a lot of the channels where I've found you all and stuff like that is because I just wanted to see Black people like being different, and that's why. I mean, my niche is anime, so I'm over there with the weird kids. Like we be kicking it over there. But I do like, I like to hang out and hear people talk about issues in the Black community and all that stuff. So that's why I just like stumbled over here and hung out with it and just love the conversation. So,
and everybody, I say that I'm on YouTube to break all the rules because, they say that you're supposed to have your niche and I don't have one. We're going to be talking about whatever we want to be talking about on whatever day. Right. I want to have some conversations with the ladies, some sister circle talk so that we can, be transparent about what we think about men, what we think about kids, because we make parenting look easy, but, them kids get on our nerves sometimes. I know mine do, but I still love them. I still, I'm not going to hurt them, but we can't have those conversations, when we need that mental health purge, we can't get that because there's no safe place to do that. Right. People can judge you, girl, these kids get on my nerves. I don't feel like feeding them dinner, stuff like that. Ooh. Like, I just want it to be my time.
Yeah, that'll be my struggle. I'd be like, if somebody would have told me I had to feed this child about 6 times a day, I would have said fine. I just cannot believe how often I'm cooking for these kids. Like,
yeah.
So I talk about that. So that's true. That's good. I think we do need to have shows like that.
So Brianna, do you still reside in Georgia now?
Yeah, I'm in Georgia. I stay in the country though.
Now, what's considered the country?
I stayed somewhere between Atlanta and Augusta. It's nothing around here really.
Well, let me tell you, I got buffaloes right.
Oh, nice.
Right around the corner.
Oh, see, yeah, we got a cow pasture behind us, and we got some animals. Yep. A few acres, and we in the rural area. We love it. I mean, I absolutely love it.
I'm in a country town here in Oklahoma. It's a military town, so I'm about an hour away from OKC.
Yeah. I love it. I
do too.
I'm like, it's really not bad. I mean, I'm not far from the city now. It only takes me, to get into the city. It takes me about an hour and some change. It's not that bad of a drive.
To get to downtown Atlanta?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hour and some change. I mean, I drive kind of
fast.
So
now wait, y'all live in the country. You say it take you to get to the city, but do y'all have amenities that y'all need? Like, I lived in Iowa in a town where my family was the only Black family in town. And we had, I take that back. We had a little mom and pop grocery store. We had a pharmacy. We had a post office.
What?
And a gas station.
That's
how my downtown is. Like downtown here is like it looked like an old, they be filming them stuff like little films in Georgia. It looked like an old town. Like it's literally the post office, police right there. But one exit up, which is when I say one exit though, it takes like 25 minutes to get to it. There is like a rich lake town. Like I don't know if y'all, it's like Oconee. So it's like all the rich or super rich people stay out there. And it's a little nice grocery store. It's a hospital there and like it's some stuff. So it's not that bad. And then if we want to get to Walmart, it's like a little farther in. But it's really not. I got a Publix, Chick-fil-A, Home Depot, pharmacy. Yeah. Everything you need. Banks.
I had none of that. I had none of that. Yeah. I had to go to the city to get anything.
And what was the closest city to you then?
Des Moines.
Oh wow! So
Des Moines.
How far
Des Moines was a 20 or 25 minute drive from where I was.
Okay.
So it's like
Yes.
from where we were in the south suburbs to Orland.
Yeah. We had one road in town, one road out. We didn't have a hospital. When I was in labor, I had to drive myself to the city.
Yeah, I remember
because my husband worked in the city, and I went into labor when I was at home by myself, and we had one car, and I had the car.
Yep.
So you had to go get him. Go get him while you in labor. You driving?
Yeah, I had to go get him while I was in labor. Driving.
That's how it's about, and they don't have labor and delivery. That's why I said I ain't having no kids out here for this.
And probably
we didn't have a hospital unless you was going to deliver your baby on the side of the road. Then that was all you was getting. I don't think we had. Well, we had to have a fire station somewhere, I think, or I don't know if we used a neighboring town.
They're much better.
Yeah, I mean, nope. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, so that's how it is out here. But we love it. I mean, I go in town if I need anything. It's cheap, you know. And
but you all have in the city though, right?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
Well, yeah, I grew up in the city. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like my family out here, so we all stay on the land. But everybody.
Okay.
Okay. All of us, but like my mom's in her. She got a little tiny house. So she got her little tiny house, and then my brother they in another spot. Then we in the biggest house. So it's 3 families. We all in the.
Tell us about this business.
That's cool. That's cool. You know what? That's what I want. I've said that there ain't many dreams that I have left, but that's one where I want to have.
It's nice, yeah.
Yeah, I want to do that. Like have enough land where, you know, the people, the family and friends that you want to be bothered with, then we can all carve out our own little place and build or whatever, you know, bring a tiny house. Those are so cute to me, but I got too much stuff. But you know,
it's just
have a little place so y'all all together, you know, family. I can holler across the yard, you know. I'm close enough to holler across the yard to get somebody attention if it's an emergency or something. But
wait, Brianna, so is that how your setup is now?
Yeah, that's how we set up now. But we probably gonna move this year because we need a bigger house. And I want more land. We want 100 acres eventually. So we
100 acres.
Yeah, we want 100 acres. There's some for sale down the street. So we
100 acres. Like, y'all gotta have farm machinery, right? For all that.
I mean, we don't necessarily want to farm. I just want to own land. It's an asset, and it's something my kids can have that they can sell when they grow up and I'm gone, or they can keep it and give it to their kids. We just want to get some land.
Thinking about generational wealth right there.
Absolutely,
yeah. It's more so a generational wealth thing, which is why we got married. But my business, I know you asked about the business before you had to go, but I just have an online store. It's Kauai for the culture. And,
wait a minute, hold on. Well, you a little low. Let's get it up. Yeah, make sure everybody hear it. Okay.
It's KawaiiForTheCulture.com. Kauai is spelled like Hawaii, like the state, but it has a K at the front. And it's
K-A-W-A-I-I.
Yes. And it
Kauai
means cute.
For the culture.
Mm-hmm. And Kauai means cute in Japanese. And it's aesthetic. It's an aesthetic where you wear really girly, cutesy, lots of pastels, lots of pink. So it's an aesthetic. It's an offshoot from Harajuku culture. And I've always been into that subculture. My 13-year-old is also into the subculture. And so I created a brand. This is like a small thing I'm starting, but it's a brand where I'm going to have like Black art, like subject matter. It's like anime style, but with Black features. So you might see Afro hair or things like that. And then I put it on clothes. And it's because in the anime space, in the nerd culture, Black fans of anime is only recently started to come out. And so we still don't have a lot of Black subjects in anime art style. And so my point is to let girls who are into Kawaii culture and aesthetics see that you can be into a Kawaii culture and aesthetic and feature your Black features, because a lot of it, because it's from Asia, a lot of it is like, oh, you think you need Asian features to pull it off. And so I'm just trying to help little girls and younger girls, because my daughter came to me one day and said, well, I want to wear this stuff, but I don't think it looks good because I'm Black. She said that. You know, nobody had told her that, but it's just you look around, you don't see nobody like you. So you just kind of make the connection. And so I was like, let me get on here and show, girl, let me, you know. So that's why I started Kawaii for the Culture. And also my YouTube channel, which is Kawaii Bree 123, is I talk about anime because it's something I love. My husband loves it. I love it. My kids love it. And so I dress in my Kawaii clothes on that channel for that reason, because I think a lot of Black women have never seen, because a lot of us are undercover. Like we only do it for Instagram or at cons, like conventions and stuff. So I'm like, no, y'all need to see me with this pink hair on, with my butterflies and all my makeup. Like, so I just, that's what encouraged me to make my YouTube channel. Because like so many people, like, people need to see Black people, Black women like this, you know? And so that's my whole thing. So the two brands are related.
Okay, that's cool. You know, I don't know a whole lot about anime. My 22-year-old introduced me to it several years ago. She draws really well, and she drew a picture. And I had seen the little characters. I shouldn't call them little characters, but I had seen the characters before, but I didn't know what they were called, you know. And, you know, she started explaining. It was like speaking Japanese to me because I didn't know. And then my bonus daughter is into K-pop.
Oh, okay.
And some years ago, she wanted to go to a concert, and I was looking up the K-pop, and I'm looking at them, and I'm like, okay, aren't they similar to the characters in the anime or whatever? And, you know, I was looking, and then I was back to anime again, but I think it's all so cool and so cute. And the hair color, you know, my kid her hair was pink. Her hair was like lime green. And I'm like, girl, what are you doing?
My mom hated it. She hated it. And we were Jehovah's Witnesses. So they was like not having it.
You know? She was, for her 21st birthday or 20th. I don't know. When I took her to New York, you remember those photos?
Yeah.
The girl's hair was orange.
Yeah.
Like bright orange. And I'm like, she was saying that she was gonna dye. She was gonna have her hair dyed for her birthday, and I'm thinking, you know, she gonna go with some blonde highlights or something. This girl came with fiery orange hair. I was like, really? This is what we doing, right? But she pulled it off.
I remember I text you talking about some. Who is that?
Right.
That was me.
She pulled it off.
My mom, I bless my mom's heart. Like,
but there's no color she can't wear. She can wear any color and pull it off.
I think most of us can, and that's the thing. People tell us, like, I feel like pastels and light colors look so good on brown skin. Like, it just
I think the issue is all we've heard for years is it's ghetto.
Yes.
Or
my work life was so restrictive. You know, I had the same little mama do for like 15 years.
Yeah.
And I still wear that mama do because I'd be like, you know, it became normal. Like I couldn't go in there. I couldn't color my hair blonde because it was gonna be perceived to be ghetto. So it was just okay. Let me go and try to cover these grays up with some brown dye, and that's it. No color. So I'd be thinking I'm doing something. If I got some blonde, baby, you can't tell me nothing.
So Brianna, just to pick
what I think.
My son is 16. I actually have on his hoodie one of his designs right now. Don't know if you can see
JP Collection. There you go.
JP
we got it now.
Oh, for the culture.
JP Collection fashion for the culture.
Let me see if you can see the back of it. Hold on. Can you see the back of that?
Yeah, do it for the culture.
Absolutely.
I see.
So,
yeah.
He's 16-year-old entrepreneur. Go Jada.
He is now he's just gone beyond what we ever thought was going to happen. I mean, he has taken this to a whole nother height. a whole nother height. So he's
That's
making shirts
amazing.
for a comedian named Maddie J. Hold on, one quick second.
There's a comedian, she was about to say,
My bad.
comedian
It's a
Maddie
comedian
J.
named Maddie J. He makes shirts for her. He also designed. So my pastor is an author, so he's come out with a book. He duplicated his book cover, and now his new thing is fashion for the culture. So
Okay, yes, for the culture.
Right.
listen, I'm feeling like he a drug dealer or something, because I swear somebody at the door right now come pick up. So I'm like, who at the door?
Yeah, we need. I think that's what
I love it.
we need. The culture.
I want to see Black people growing, building, leaving legacies, building generational wealth.
Exactly.
That's what we should be doing.
I'm coming right back. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think it's important. So that's part of my mission. Like, I think we need to, people, you don't have to be a monolith. You don't have to be the same. I even hear that sometimes as a talking point, women with the wigs, and it's like, it's self-expression. It's not, you don't have to only put stuff on to be sexual or for anybody else's pleasure. You can put it on for yourself and for your creative expression. That's what makes us different from the animals. We're creative creatures. We can create and build.
That's right.
And so I think God, because I believe we're all a potential of God, I'm like, I want to live up to my potential. So let me be as unique as possible. If I am a manifestation of a potential that only I can reach, let me reach it. Let me be myself. So that's the only way I can walk the path if I'm me,
Yeah.
So that's why I believe that. I just think, yeah. So that's my soapbox.
Well, hey, wonderful soapbox. Wonderful soapbox. We all need our own. The pie is big enough for us to have our own slice, and your piece of the pie may be related to anime. Mine may be related to something else. I'm gonna get on here with my love. I call it Martha Niqua Stewart. Because I be trying to be the crazy craft lady. They don't know that. I hide all that part of me, but I'll be doing a little something on the side, and I might go live one day when I'm doing one of my projects. And
I think that'll be good, because I want to see more Black women show off their hobbies and leisure too. Yeah. Because I think that's something we also don't see. The hobbies we throw ourselves into, like I said, we hide it or kind of just closeted hobbies.
Yeah. We see reality TV with the whole Ratchet and all of that. We that, but we a whole lot of other stuff too. Yeah. Changed the narrative, related to Black women.
And it's too many people that's hate on each other. For example, we're right now, we're looking, because he's outgrown the guest room. So all summer he's like, Mom, I need a store. So me and my husband are having to break down for him. Listen, man, we love
that overhead.
The overhead, man, we talking rent. You gonna have to
need all that overhead. Keep money in your pocket.
I'm like, look, we just need to get organized. Now, what we do need, and I haven't been able to find, we need more equipment. Okay, something that's gonna make the job a little easier. So right now I've been looking into a TG, which is the direct to garment printer. Some of them running $15,000.
Girl, you better grab a couple Crickets. Okay, we got one. We're gonna buy 4.
That's what we got. I'm gonna have to get. Yeah, that's what I'm about to have to do.
We're gonna have 4, because sister girl, I got 3
really
over
big
here.
One. There's the really big 3. One though. One of my friends.
We're gonna have to run them.
Yeah. You can run multiple Crickets off of one computer.
Yes, you can. And I didn't realize that until I watched the video this morning.
Absolutely. Open up a different tab for each machine and send it. Okay, I'm gonna click this one. It's gonna go, hit the go button, and go to the next and keep it moving. I mean, because you won't spend, $1,000 versus $15,000.
True.
Why?
So I'm like, we just gonna have to weed a little bit more for a little bit more time.
Absolutely.
That's just it. Because I'm like 15,000, and then who wants to take out a lease agreement? Then that's another monthly bill. No, can't do it right now.
Add a cricket, then add another one, then add another one. You know,
right
for real, I'm dead ass.
I'm thinking about getting the Cricut Maker next because baby, that one Cricut, I thought it was just gonna be. I thought we was got the. I thought it was time. No. I thought it was about the time out. We done switched the blades on this so many times.
No, the maker is, it allows you to do more as far as fabric or material, whatever material you're using to create.
Right. Okay. So I may just keep the Explorer 2 going and get one more.
Yeah. I got 2 Explorer Airs and a Maker.
See, I'm scared to get into all that, but I need to because I'm supposed to go to a convention this summer. I done got accepted into this anime convention. I was not thinking I was gonna get a table it, and so now I'm like, oh my god, I gotta like have stuff to sell besides my clothes, and I'm like panicking. So I'm just like, I have no idea what to do.
See, I'm always supporting Black business. So a young lady hit me up. This just came in the mail thing. It's a bonnet, but you see. On the bonnet, hold on, let me turn it around.
The print, right, I see it. Flip it that. Yeah.
Let me come back some with it. And it says, what does it say? She Exclusive is the name of the company.
Okay.
And what I like is, look, so 3 bonnets,
little bonnet.
3 bonnets for $2. And here's the thing, it's a double-sided satin bonnet.
Wait a minute, you say how much?
I know, right?
3 of them for $20 and free shipping.
Wow.
And this is a big bonnet. So I'm just gonna try it on, player. Wait, look at this. And I got a big head.
That's nice. I like the little design on it. That's cute.
But the design is at the top. You see what I'm saying? And so I went ahead and I got this. I got the silver one. I got a purple one. And I just got 3. Now I could have got 1. I think 1 would have been $5. The deal was like if you get more than one, then you get the little 3 for the
lower, just pay the lower price. Volume
like,
discount.
Okay. I'm like, okay. It's a sister on there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's dope.
It really is. And so she's holding a mirror in her hand and some edge control. I don't know if you can see that jar. But that's a part of edge control.
Oh, it's edge control. That's cute.
Yeah, you see that?
But that we can relate to that. You say edge control, we automatically know what that is.
And so she was like, now I told her, I'm like, now see, I ain't the one that I don't wear bonnets out to the store.
Right.
And with my hair like this, I ain't sleeping in one anyway. I'm just going to sleep. But when I get my little press and my little silk press, but I'm not going to the store. I'm not the Walmart bonnet girl. That's not me.
Yeah.
And no disrespect to the ones that do. I just, I feel like my mama gonna come down from heaven and whoop me for something like that. So. But yeah, I told her I post pictures and advertise because I believe in supporting business. That's why I asked Brianna what she had going on.
Oh, well, yeah. Thank you.
Are you on Facebook?
Well, my 3-year-old is like. So my store is a website. It's kawaiifortheculture.com. And then I also have a Facebook business page. I have an Instagram page, all the same name. So I have the same name pretty much across all platforms.
So it's KAWAII?
Yes.
For the culture.
And then it's all for the culture. Yep. It's all together. It is .com.
Okay.
So yeah.
We'll check it out for sure.
Right.
Thank you. That's my baby.
Absolutely. KawaiiForTheCulture.com. Anime Kawaii Bree, right?
Yeah, it's Kawaii Bree 123 for my YouTube channel.
Okay, Kawaii Bree 123 on YouTube. KawaiiForTheCulture.com for your anime apparel.
Yeah,
right.
And it's all linked together. So typically, I'm pretty good about. If you go on my YouTube, you'll see my store link, and it's on all my streams. And if you go on my website, you'll be able to link to my Instagram. And so I try to make sure if you can get to one of them, get all of them.
I need to do that for my son's business. And now his is the JP Collection Apparel.com.
The JP Collection Apparel.com.
Yeah.
Make sure we repeat that because we want people supporting these Black businesses today, tomorrow, next week, next month. Yeah, y'all go get you something.
Go get you something. I'm gonna go find me some Hawaii
$20. It don't matter. It all counts.
Right. You know how hard it is too. You just getting started with the cost. Like,
yeah.
I can't wait till I can get a supplier.
10 people spend $20 every day,
it make a difference.
It makes a difference.
Absolutely. It's coming. It's the year of greatness right here. It's all coming to you, girl.
Right.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and sign off. I gotta go get me some smooth.
Yeah, it has been a pleasure. I'm going to wrap it up because I got some other content creators that I have to support tonight.
Yes, and send me the link.
I'll be back. I don't know when, but we're gonna be back talking about something. I don't know.
Send me the link for the next whatever it is that you about to have.
All right.
All right. Well, see you, Genesis. Thank you for having me. It's great talking to y'all.
Brianna.
See y'all.
All right. Bye. Thanks.
And y'all, that has been another edition of the Book of Genesis. Thanks for everybody that tuned in today. Thanks for everybody we interacted with in the chat. We will see y'all next time. Peace.
Thanks for tuning in to the Book of Genesis with your host, Genesis. If you would like to be a blessing, would like to be interviewed, or if you or someone you know would like exposure for your business, call us at 708-595-7500. Again, 708-595-7500. Email at genesis@thebookofgenesis.com. That's JENNESIS @thebookofgenesis. JENNESIS.com, or contact us by regular mail at P.O. Box 40, Monique, Illinois 60449. Thank you again for listening to the Book of Genesis.